Get started.
Yeah. Once it
Let's call the
clicks.
roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Conlon?
Here. Ms. Flynn? Here.
Leon? Will be late. Ms. Scott will be late. Mr. Snyder?
Here.
Ms. Underhill? Here. Mayor Hardy?
Here. Before we get started, I know that we have an update on our audio tech equipment. So if you can let us know where we stand.
Yes, so as you may be familiar with, we're working on updating the technology in this room, and we've installed ceiling microphones. We're working on mixing the sound and getting to a better sound quality for our broadcasts and also in the room. So we just wanted to let everyone know that we're using both our ceiling mics and our table mics tonight. That means that the ceiling mics, we will have a hot mic the entire night. If you've seen the signs, if you have a side conversation or you're talking to someone in the audience or at the table while someone else is speaking, it might be picked up on camera, so just be conscious of that. For anyone who's sitting at the table, if you have a mic in front of you, if you could please turn it on when you go to speak and try to use it as we've had in the past, that'd be great. For anyone who doesn't have a mic, do not fear. Again, we're mic'd up in the room, so we should still hear you on the broadcast or over Teams. And if you can try to project your voice a little bit and just speak clearly, wait your turn if someone else is talking so that we don't have an overlap in sound, that'd be great. But that is kind of where we're at with our technology today. We're still playing with it. And we thank you for your patience and your engagement with the new updates in this room.
Thank you, Sophie, for continuing work on. So we've got 5 big items tonight. They're all quite meaty, and I know that staff has an ambitious plan for us to limit conversation to about 30 minutes per topic, so we will do our best with that. I know we also have 3 of our boards and commissions in the audience, and so thank you all for joining us. We have an extra big table tonight, so I want to make sure we have room at the table to invite Planning Commission, Housing Commission for the first 2 items, and then when we get to the additional items, I know we also have our Public Utilities Commission invited tonight. So if you are a member of those boards, we would welcome you to the table to join us for the discussion. The 2 members of Housing. Planning Commissioners, anybody?
Put everything down.
I want to take it from here.
Sure, and I'm going to very quickly turn it over to our planning director, Mr. Paul Stoddard. But our 2 initial items on the agenda tonight. First, a review of the demographics chapter of the comp plan, and we're asking for council review and comment on that only tonight. We would ask for it to be scheduled for final consideration if council is ready at your meeting on June 10th. And then the second planning item is to discuss a possible roadmap for review and possible amendment to the zoning code provisions related to accessory dwelling units. So those are the 2 first items we'll take up, and we'll start with the demographics chapter. And Paul, let me turn it over to you first.
Thank you, Mr. Shields. Thank you, Mayor Hardy, members of the council. I'm going to set this one up briefly. This is, as Mr. Shields said, a work session item for you tonight on the demographics chapter. You all last saw this during your February 20th work session of the same calendar year, 2024. Since that time, as you'll see in the staff report, and as will be presented, it's gone through a significant amount of public engagement, both with boards and commissions, as well as with the general public. And of course, we've incorporated improvements into the document based on that input and feedback. And it is scheduled for you all to consider this as a final action at your June 10th regular meeting. And with that, by way of setup, I'll turn it over to one of our staff planners on this item, Ms. Zoe LaRive.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'll start out by just summarizing again. Line 2, the request. City Council is requested to review and provide feedback on the revised draft updated demographics chapter of the comprehensive plan at tonight's meeting. The City Council last reviewed the plan on the work session on February 20th and is scheduled to hold a public hearing and take final action during their June 10th meeting. Recommendation, at this time no formal action is requested. Moving on to line 13, updates since February 20th work session. Revisions to the draft chapter are highlighted in gray throughout the draft chapter. These revisions were made based on feedback from the City Council, Planning Commission, and Boards and Commissions. A Boards and Commissions comment matrix is attached to this staff report. So the major changes since the February 20th meeting include the addition of the following sections. Section on assessing the gap between local employment options and local housing options. Appendix E, housing costs and income gap analysis. Appendix G on the map commuting patterns. Addition of the following strategy sections: access and belonging, transportation, climate and sustainability. And then additional strategies to the following sections: housing availability and affordability, employment, and public infrastructure, facilities and services. There were also photos included in this draft chapter that were not in the previous version. So now looking at line 34, we are coming off of a joint Planning Commission and Housing Commission work session, which was on Thursday, May 15th. The two groups reviewed and revised the draft demographics chapter in the matrix, starting on line 38, covers the main questions and comments as well as staff's response from that meeting. Moving on to line 40, public engagement. The draft updated chapter was reviewed by the following boards and commissions throughout the months of March and April 2024. Architectural Advisory Board, Urban Forestry Commission, Economic Development Authority, Citizens Advisory Committee on Transportation, Recreation and Parks Advisory Board, Human Services Advisory Council, Environmental Sustainability Council, and the Arts and Humanities Council. In addition to the boards and commissions review, the draft chapter was open for review by the public at informational pop-ups at Mr. Brown's Park on April 24th and April 25th, as well as a pop-up at the Farmers Market on April 27th. Planning staff also worked with SCCTV to produce an informational video about the demographic chapter update, which can be viewed on the project webpage, as well as on the city's YouTube channel, the city's cable channel, and in the Focus. There were also frequent updates on the project's progress in the Focus. Now on to line 72, background. Demographics, including population, household, and employment trends and projections, are an important base of information for city planning. These projections are used when planning for the city's housing, transportation, economy, parks and recreation, and public facilities. The last update to the chapter was in 2019, so that was pre-COVID projections, and the city is now embarking on this update to have post-COVID projections for the three subjects. Moving on to line 86, the comprehensive plan, just to give a quick review of it. The city's comprehensive plan is a policy document that guides physical development and investment in the city. The comprehensive plan is a long-range plan that looks 20 to 25 years into the future. The plan includes an overarching vision for the city and guidance for different topics, including land use, economic development, community character, natural resources, parks and recreation, transportation, housing, and historic preservation. So starting on line 93, there's a list of all of the chapters that comprise the comprehensive plan. On line 95, you can see the chapter we are updating now, the demographics chapter. This is one component of a much larger plan and serves as a fact base for the other chapters listed. And moving along to line 132, the city's vision statement. The demographics chapter helps to support the aspirational goals of the city's 2040 statement, which is then listed on line 136. Moving on to line 144, to give a quick review of the demographic study of 2023. The City of Falls Church and Falls Church City Public Schools collaborated with the Stephen Fuller Institute of George Mason University on a demographic study last fall/winter. The study produced the following deliverables, which are attached to this staff report, which are a regional trends report and updated demographic projections. Skipping over to line 185, which covers the updated chapter text. The proposed draft chapter is similar in structure to the existing chapter and includes the following sections. Why demographics matter for the City of Falls Church's comprehensive plan, an overview and key trends, population trends, housing trends, employment trends, forecasts, connections and strategies, and then the appendices. Moving on, if we could give a quick overview of the chapter. I won't read through all the text, but Sophie, thank you. So you see the first page follows the same design as all of the comprehensive plan title pages, and then we have a table of contents. The next page should have the question, why demographics matter, and several paragraphs. Going on to the next page, we have a general overview and the 5 key trends from this study. And then on the following page, we start looking at the specific trends. So first it's population. The City of Falls Church is home to approximately 14,600 residents. That number is projected to grow to 17,800 residents by 2030. The next page, or 2 pages, we have housing trends. The City of Falls Church has just over 6,500 housing units, about 1,000 of which have been added in the last 10 years. As of 2022, well over half of the housing units in the city are multifamily. By 2030, the housing supply is projected to total approximately 8,800 units. Going 2 pages forward, we'll have employment trends. As of Q4 2022, there were approximately 8,900 private sector jobs in the city, and that number is expected to grow to approximately 12,900 jobs by 2030. We can move to the next 2 pages. So that page is the section on assessing the gap between local employment and local housing options. It's a new addition to the chapter. Moving on to the next page. Yes, thank you. We'll have forecasts and more of a breakdown. And then if we can move to page the first page of connections and strategies, it should be, page 14. So, as described in the city's 2040 vision statement, the City of Falls Church is committed to building an inclusive and sustainable community. The connections and strategies section explores topics of general community interest and suggests ways to inform those conversations with demographic projections. The topic areas include access and belonging on this first page. On the next page, we have housing availability and affordability. On the next page, we have employment. And then we have public infrastructure, facilities, and services, as well as transportation. Then we have climate and sustainability and changing conditions. Following that, we have various appendices that contain more info and data, but if we could hop back to the staff report, line 259. Just to quickly review the timing, the project first kicked off in early October last year with a City Council work session with an introduction to the study. The staff has checked in periodically through this process, which has led us to where we are now, which is line 286. And our second City Council work session on the chapter. From here, we are moving to Planning Commission on June 5th, where we will have a public hearing and recommendation. And then we will move to City Council for final consideration on June 10th. At this time, I can take any questions or comments. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, Doug. Since we have our guests here, I know that housing and planning actually met on this just Wednesday, so this is probably really fresh, but I will defer to you all first for any comments or questions or things that you all discussed in your meeting, and then we'll put it up to the rest of the council.
I don't remember what we talked about in this, on this particular chat. I don't have my notes with me. But I think we talked about moving some of the strategies around, and it was a good discussion. I felt like the plan was in a pretty good place. Do you have a better recollection?
You know, the big picture question that we chewed on with the Housing Commission to some length was, what sort of community are we gonna become if these numbers true out? You know, if we add that many new jobs on the ground level and second story of some of the newer buildings and some of the existing buildings, are the people who work in those places gonna be able to live in our city, or are they gonna become basically an import-export workforce where we bring them in the morning and send them home in the afternoon? And that's a good community discussion to have, because it speaks to how much we're committed to being that complete community that we talk about. And the incomes that those sort of jobs pay are nowhere near enough to afford to live, as we all know, in the city as we know it today. So if we adopt this document, it provides some information that hopefully will guide us. The public, I think, needs to be aware that it will be a significant commitment if we are to try to run a city with some shot at some part of its workforce beyond the white-collar workforce living and working here.
Thank you. Anything more about the question?
One thought I have, one thought that I had after our discussion and talking with one of the other housing commission members was kind of looking at the people in the 0 to 30 AMI range. I know there's not much data on that segment of the population, but I think it's at least worth noting that, and I think there's been discussion as part of the Housing Commission and talking with the Falls Church Homeless Shelter to do see if they can do an updated needs assessment, since the last one we've done was in, I think, 1994. And so I think just putting a placeholder to show that we're not forgetting that that part of the population, and I think either noting that there are plans to get more information on what the demographics are, or something to just kind of talk about the needs of that as well.
We can follow that as a strategy.
Yeah, we can look and see what data is available, and from there, I'll look at adding a strategy or adding reference to the percentage in the city or lack thereof in that AMI range.
The only thing that I would add, one, I think it's a great chapter, and I think it's a good chapter to sort of guide database for the rest of the development of the rest of the chapters. But what stood out was it's not just a fact-based chapter. It does, in fact, list 21 strategies that are also going to be approved by when this chapter is approved by City Council. So I think it's worth stepping back in that City Council just put out their strategic priorities for housing. You have 4 strategic priorities. This chapter has 3 strategic priorities or strategies for housing. These are all public documents. I think it's worth stepping back and seeing how your strategic priorities align with this document's strategies, which align with the goals of the commissions, and sort of make sure they're all in sync, since they're all public documents, and I think it could get confusing putting out this many different types of strategic visions, so I think it's worth it. But I certainly had no problem with any of the strategies. I thought they were all great. I just think it's worth figuring out how we synchronize and align them with the other documents that are floating through the system right now.
That would be that we like to plan. There's not lots of plans, so maybe Paul and Wyatt can do a better job of articulating how all these plans all fit together.
Paul can articulate very well.
So that is a topic of discussion that's actually come up as we went out to the other boards and commissions as well. So obviously this is not just the demographics chapter for the housing discussion, it's the demographics chapter for all of our sort of functional conversations. So when we went to the ESC, they wanted to know a lot about how does this line up with the CEAP. When we went to the CACT, they wanted to know how does this line up with PEGMI. When we went to the EDA, they wanted to know about the economic growth. And so a lot of what staff has tried to do is, one, not overwrite the good work that's already been done, but really use the demographics chapter as a space to talk about things that maybe go across different functional areas that might otherwise, those connections might otherwise get lost. In terms of framing all these different documents, so the comprehensive plan, as Ms. Bereave mentioned, is a 25-year document. And so this is looking at community needs over a span of 25 years. The council's strategic priorities are really more about what needs to happen right now in the next 2 years. So where one is thinking about where the community wants to land in 25 years, the strategic priorities and council plan are the immediate first steps to get on that path.
Council comments and questions?
This is really important because I like it a lot. I like the strategies, the way it's organized. As I looked through the comments that we made and other boards and commission made, it was good to see how you incorporated them. That was, because that's a lot of comments. So, but I think the gap analysis is interesting to include, and that it ties to the housing chapter is also really good. My one comment is on the very first page, where we say we're a community of 14,600 people. And I'm wondering if we could maybe just say almost 15,000 people. Because we were 14,600 people in 2022, but now we've opened Founders Row, and by the time this gets published, we're going to open something else. So surely we're to 15,000 people by now. So that's just my one request.
We can take note of that. Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions or comments?
Thank you again. I had just a few quick things, like points for clarification, and then maybe one or two broader points. So on page 7 of the plan, I think it talks about the number of multifamily households, and then it has that new sentence that says the number of condos, multifamily, senior living, and I was wondering whether that 2273 should be apartments. Right, kind of right, because the previous sentence is talking about multifamily and seemingly adding like the condos, the multifamily, and the senior living together. And so I'm just like, for consistency of how you're talking about multifamily, are you saying it's encompassing these different types of residential or mixed-use buildings, or are you treating multifamily like as the same or fungible with apartment as opposed to condo? So just something to consider.
That seems like a good point to look at and change. I believe we're taking this data from the assessor's office, so it might be that we just didn't sync the language correctly, so we'll take a closer look at that.
Okay. And then on pages 11 and 12, where it was talking about commuting patterns, in 2021, it still seemed very high to me, kind of, and maybe I just have a totally different notion of how many people are kind of moving in and out of the city in terms of commuting. When it said, 92.6% of working residents commuted to a job outside of the city, 95.3% employed in the city lived outside of city boundaries. And we had talked about this kind of the first time round, and whether that 92.6 is capturing or is overstating like daily commutes given current flexible work options. So I just don't know whether it should be like caveated in some way, like as to working residents commuting to a job at least in part outside of the city, or right, like, cause I just don't know that we now have 93% of people daily going somewhere else, as opposed to it could be half their time is here and half their time is somewhere else. Like there was that discrepancy between the community satisfaction survey results, the community survey results last summer, and what the data was showing. So some way to maybe capture that.
Yeah, I think that is a fair point to call out. We struggled with this a little bit because there isn't very comprehensive data on work from home, flexible. We have somewhere in the matrix, I can't quite find the page, but there's a percentage that the ACS lists for 2022 of people who work remote. However, that does not incorporate hybrid workers. So at the moment, there's just a bit of a data deficit, but I think that it is not, perhaps not showing the full picture without.
Can I just raise it like, if there's some way to capture that, because I think it affects, like when you look at this and then you think about, oh, who's here and who's here on a daily basis and where are they spending their money and where are they going for additional places throughout the day, that it might overstate kind of the populations that are always in transit as opposed to a portion of their time here on a more regular basis. And then on the additional language in that paragraph about the income level of roughly $40,000, is that, just from my understanding, like, is that a level that's reflective of like full-time pay is coming in at $40,000? So you're talking about people that are basically only making like $20 an hour. Okay.
Yes, so this is again from the ACS data, and it was captured monthly, and it incorporates all of the workers' income for the month.
So we're talking about like 45% of workers in the city or jobs that people are commuting to are basically like low wage jobs.
That's essentially the findings.
Okay. And then I guess my only other reaction on page 18, there were, again, this kind of gets to hybrid work options, there was the comment about shortening commutes and inflow kind of commutes and trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And again, it said through the development of local jobs and housing that's affordable to the city's workforce. And again, I mean, we could include or might consider including something about and like flexible work options. There is its own kind of policy of how often people are traveling from sites. And the other thing is too, is we're talking about, and this kind of goes to what Phil was saying, you know, how attractive is the city for people, or are people in the city able to live here if they're working here? I think it's also important to talk about the people who are living here and are living in, you know, low income to moderate income housing, that we're also keeping more affordable business spaces so that those people also have options available to them in terms of places to go, you know, food options that are available so that you're not just living, you know, in a higher priced mixed use building and walking out the door and only having available to you, you know, $20 plus lunch options around you all of the time. So, but thank you for all the work on this. And I guess when we started this, I had a broader point too about the updates of the comp plan chapters and how we might be able to streamline them and kind of get to them more regularly. And so I'm sure you do this, but it might make sense at the end of this to debrief on kind of what you felt was your most efficient use of time or least efficient use of time, and think about kind of how to capitalize on that when you go into chapters that maybe are even meatier than this one. But thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions?
Thanks very much. So just for the public's benefit, the parts of the proposed chapter in the strategy areas, the gray underlining is what? Is that new over the current?
New since we saw it in the last work session.
Pardon?
New since our last work session.
Right. So it seems to me that these are significant enough that we should have more time for community discussion than June 10, because it covers every element of the community or future infrastructure needs or finances, as well as other values. So I'm wondering if that's really sufficient time for our public to really understand what's really in this plan, and what theoretically, by approving these strategies, we're committing to. So it seems to me that really isn't a significant amount of time, considering the significance to taxpayers, to everyone else in the community of these strategies. Also, it seems to me the architecture is, well, we predict that we're building more, so let's figure out how we build more. I have some question about that, about the whole architecture. And I think what's missing here, and something I think needs to be included, is requiring developers to cover the full cost of any units that they build in the city. And that includes environmental, it includes transportation, it includes schools and infrastructure. Because what's happened here is developers are making a profit, and the taxpayers end up picking up the infrastructure costs. So what I'm not seeing here is a commitment to require more developers than we required in the past, and I think that should be in there. So I'll have some more comments, but I think fundamentally those are the two. Number one, I think it's premature considering the significance of these strategies and the fact that they're relatively new. And secondly, an inadequate requirement on the part of developers to cover the true infrastructure and other related costs of their developments. And I hope that that would be added as a strategy.
Thank you, we'll take that into account.
Justine?
This is about I've heard this presentation about half a dozen times after going to a bunch of different board and commission meetings. It was really interesting this time around reading the emails and seeing all the deep level of conversation that you've had with all the different boards and commissions, as well as members of the public. Thank you so much for listening and making changes. I was looking at what each of my boards said and like checking to see whether or not it was in there. And you did indeed make a lot of the changes. There was one question, and this came up again at the Arts and Humanities Council. They were asking if multi-family housing stock has contributed to racial diversity in the city. Now, I know that information isn't quite in this document, and I know we are no longer contracting with the demographers. But I am wondering, I did see a chart that showed rent by ownership, so owner versus rental racial diversity within the city. I am wondering if there is some sort of proxy where I could find that data to report back to the people that were curious. How, like, would it be through the schools that we could figure out whether or not the multifamily buildings contribute to racial diversity in the city?
So I would have to get back to you. I think there might be some ability to connect those two. However, the city has become slightly more diverse in the past couple of years, but there's no real way to show causation of the new multifamily buildings causing that change.
I guess I was wondering, would the schools have data as to where diversity in the school system comes from, and could that be a proxy for that information?
I'm not quite sure what data the schools have. We're gonna have to reach out to see what is available to them and what they're able to share with the public. I know they have various rules on privacies, but we can look into it.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that? Do you have, when we have like census block data on the ACS community surveys that come in, so whether, it may not be that the last 5 years would capture it, but it could be that the next 5-year data would capture, depending on the granularity of the census block data, at least where, you know, some multifamily development may have correlations to any increased diversity in the city.
Yeah, that could be a good way to look. The census blocks in the city, if I'm remembering correctly, are fairly large in comparison to the city size.
The entire city is almost like a tract,
Yeah.
so it doesn't really give us anything.
But by block, it's, I think we might have 5 or 6 blocks, so there's some ability to decipher, but it won't be able to get specifically building to building.
Justin, do you have anything else? That's all. Okay, just a couple comments from me. So like, I agree with Justine and Mary Beth and Aaron, I really appreciate the thorough work on this. I mean, looking back at the community data that you all started in March, so appreciate all the updates that you've made and responsiveness to all the comments that you made. I think as reflected in all the gray and the thinking through that. I actually had the same comment as Aaron on the addition of breaking out the housing types by type and size. Let's just get crisper on that language, make sure we're using the same name for apartments versus multifamily. I really appreciated the discussion also on the local employment gap versus the housing, and I went to the appendix to kind of benchmark what our goals should be, right? So when you look at similar size communities of ours, such as Fairfax, Manassas, and I think other in the appendix, does staff have a thinking on what a goal should be? In other words, like how many units or what percentage of our housing should be affordable to people in our workforce, or the reverse, how many city residents should be able to work here? It looks like our data is comparable to, say, the city of Fairfax. Obviously, Fairfax is bigger than us, but given that we have such a large gap in terms of the housing stock versus workers, is there a goal that we should actually shoot for?
So that is not something we have considered just due to the general nature of the strategies. However, that's something we could look into a bit. I know in looking at the 5%, I believe, of workers who work in the city, who do live in the city, those are all in the upper, all of those workers are in the upper range of the 2 income blocks that we were looking at. So it just kind of gives a telling story of that 420 people who work in the city. They are still in the upper range of the workers.
Yeah, obviously with, as Aaron said, work from home being more of a thing that's here to stay. We can obviously create strategies around encouraging more work play options or shared office space kind of strategies, but I think the reverse is what I'm most interested in, which is what percentage of our housing should be workforce housing, right? I know that the Housing Commission has goals around potential goals, units for affordable housing and what percentage in various bands, AMI bands, but I think that would be worth diving further into, knowing how big that gap is, just so we have a goal to shoot for.
One thing, just since you mentioned workforce housing, that was one of the comments I think that we had when we met last Wednesday, is because workforce housing means different things to different people. To when we're just talking about housing for people who work in the city, to kind of flip it and say like housing for city workers, so that it doesn't get like pinned into just, some people think of like the 80% to 110% of AMI. So it's just something that we talk about.
Thank you. We'll look more into the goal, and we were able to switch the language in the chapter at least to fit that.
Great. Thank you for Aaron, just need more.
I did actually want to discuss quickly Dave's point. I guess I've seen, and this could be because I'm going to a lot of board commissions, but there has been a ton of public engagement on this. And just even looking at, I mean, I guess my concern comes from, I don't want to waste taxpayer dollars on extending this out further than it needs to be. So I guess what would be a good way to make sure that people have enough time and ways to communicate and look over the strategies, but also not to, push this out so that we can't work on other planning activities in the city.
I think that that would possibly have to be up to your recommendation as council. We have our previous community engagement listed with the different pop-ups and boards and commissions, as well as the video link and reaching out to the focus. But if there is a desire from council for us to do further engagement, we can explore ways to do that.
If I could just add on to that, as Ms. Lurie mentioned, there's already been a significant amount of engagement from the boards and commissions. And I think one of staff's goals whenever we take on one of these efforts is to come up with a draft that's based on sort of previous council direction, best practices in planning, the most up-to-date data we can pull from whatever sources are available, and we put that together in the form of a draft, take it out for public engagement, and that's what played out over the last several months. Usually people tear that up pretty good and give us some ways to improve it, and we take that back and we improve our documents. I think some of what we're looking for tonight is, did we do that the right way? That's why we wanted to include that board and commission comments matrix in the packet to make sure that we really understood what the boards and commissions were saying back to us. And did we capture that in the revised draft appropriately? Of course, going forward, every comp plan update has advertising requirements, whether it's notices in the paper or public hearings. In addition to that, we advertise things in the focus. Of course, those ads circulate in the news press, so I know a lot of folks in the community have access to that, read that regularly. So I think there is, it's never going to reach everybody in the city, but I do think it reaches a lot of people. And we can always look at ways between sort of now and those scheduled dates for additional sort of awareness, if that's the direction of council.
If I might, I appreciate the work of the boards and commissions and city staff, but this document needs to be looked at in toto. And I'm not sure the community has really had much time to see that, because the different strategies, the different elements interplay in ways which would not necessarily be apparent until you had an opportunity to review the entire document. And I'm not sure the community has had that opportunity until tonight.
Other thoughts? Because I counted, tonight is public meeting 15, I counted correctly, so it feels like there has been lots of discussion. I think Dave has a point that, we can consider as well, but I appreciate the work with all the boards and the pop-ups, as well as the engagement with the broader community on this. Okay, are we ready to move on to the next item? And we're trying to keep to the schedule, we're already 18 minutes late, so we're doing our best. Thank you, Zoe.
Thank you.
And so, Mr. Trainer is coming to the table, and next up is the discussion of a process roadmap and potential scope of work for considering zoning provisions relating to accessory dwelling units. Mr. Stoddard.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shields. Thank you, Mayor Hardy, and members of council, as well as members of the Planning Commission and Housing Commission. So this is a work session item, and this is your first work session on this item. So at the beginning of the process here, and this is to talk about the city's regulations and review of those regulations for accessory dwelling units. This item was identified as a council work plan item in the council's most recent work plan. As you'll see in the staff report later, it is something that is recommended by the housing chapter within the city's comprehensive plan, and I think it is in line with the council's strategic priorities that were most recently acted upon. As I said, this is at the beginning of the process, and so tonight's work session is really about the scope of work, confirming that we're hearing the question correctly from City Council, that we're going to turn around and ask the right questions of the community and engage the right stakeholders on the right timeline as this moves through the process. So with that, I'll turn it over to our lead planner on this one, Mr. Jack Trainer.
Thank you, Mr. Stoddard, and good evening, Mayor Hardy and members of council. Tonight, as Paul said, council's requested to hold a work session on the scope of work, or what we're calling a roadmap, including key considerations and public engagement schedule for possible amendments to the zoning ordinance related to accessory dwelling units. I'll just reiterate that review of the zoning code to consider the possibility for flexibility on accessory dwelling units is included in the City Council 2024-2025 Strategic Priorities Plan and in the Planning Commission work plan for this year. The recommendation, beginning on line 9, staff recommends that council has the work session tonight and provides staff with some feedback on the roadmap here, including the policy goals, the public engagement schedule, and the list of some key considerations that I'll review. Up next, I'll talk about some background on accessory dwelling units as a housing form, how they're being accessed and regulated in our neighboring jurisdictions and across the country. Following that, I'll talk about what as part of the neighboring jurisdiction review, I'll also talk about how they're currently regulated in the city, and then moving on to the staff analysis on the public purpose that was touched on a little bit earlier, as well as that key considerations list, how staff arrived at that, what it is, and its significance going forward. And then I'll follow that up with the public engagement schedule. So in terms of background, accessory dwelling units have become kind of risen to be popular forms of diverse housing in communities across the country due to their kind of smaller form and the way they're typically positioned behind primary residences. They're kind of known for being a tool for addressing more density and housing diversity while having minimal impacts on community character or neighborhood character. Multiple of our neighbors have updated their accessory dwelling unit policies recently. The most recent one was the city of Alexandria in 2021. I think within the last 10 years, Arlington County has also gone through a series of accessory dwelling unit updates, and Fairfax County as well. Following those updates, all 3 jurisdictions have witnessed increases in their accessory dwelling unit permits. So moving on to line 32, the Virginia Senate Bill number 304. This is a bill that was introduced at the state level earlier this year in January. It's since been continued to the 2025 session, and how it what affect Falls Church is that the crux of it is that it would allow accessory dwelling units as permitted accessory uses within any residential district in Virginia. There's an important clause in there that local community regulations passed prior to July 1st, 2025 that substantially comply with the state legislation would be permitted to stand if the Virginia Senate bill passes. So moving on to what the city's kind of current regulations are, and kind of a brief review of some of our neighboring jurisdictions. The city defines accessory dwelling units in the zoning ordinance as a dwelling unit which is in the same structure as, under the same ownership as, and subordinate to a one-family dwelling, and which is intended for use as a complete independent living facility. The accessory dwelling unit includes permanent provisions for living, sleeping, eating, cooking, and sanitation for use by one family within the limits set forth in this code pertaining to health, building, or other relevant provisions of the law. So it's entirely, independent dwelling unit on the same lot as, say, a single family home. Some key differences between what the city's current regulations are compared to some of our neighboring jurisdictions are that the city's current regulations only allow attached units. So detached units, which I think is what folks commonly think of when they hear the term accessory dwelling unit, such as in a garage or an accessory building, are not currently allowed in the city. Another key difference is that accessory dwelling units are only permitted through a conditional use permit granted by the Board of Zoning Appeals. And if someone is granted an SUP, they have to get it renewed every 3 years by the zoning administrator. So it's a pretty heavily regulated housing form today. Beginning on line 66, we've included a chart comparing what Falls Church's current regulations are with Arlington, Alexandria, Fairfax, and the Virginia Senate Bill number 304. I'm not going to go into all of these in depth. I just wanted to touch on those kind of key differences that I just mentioned. So I'm going to keep moving on here to the staff analysis, beginning on line 68. And much of this is kind of been touched on earlier, but accessory dwelling units is explicitly listed in the comprehensive plan as a potential avenue for helping in part address the housing shortage. There's no one silver bullet to address the housing shortage or introduce more housing affordability or diversity in a community, but accessory dwelling units, the comprehensive plan recognizes, can be one tool in that toolbox. And then on line 85, we've referenced the strategic priorities plan that was adopted earlier this year, with mention of the Planning Commission's work plan, and exploring an update to the city's accessory dwelling units could address some of the housing strategies specifically mentioned in the priorities plan, including diverse and affordable housing and housing for varying life stages. And then I'm going to go to line 98 here, principal issues to consider. This is a list that staff's put together as a really kind of initial list of key considerations that an accessory dwelling unit regulations update could focus on. A lot of these were taken from the AARP ABCs of ADUs report that is attached here, as well as kind of examining what best practices are across the country. The American Planning Association has a lot of good resources on this. So this is one of the things that I think we're specifically looking for feedback on tonight, is this list of key considerations. And this is, again, something that, of course, won't be set in stone tonight, but will evolve with more conversations that are had and as we start the public engagement process. So I will wrap up with the public engagement schedule in the timing section, beginning on line 174. We are currently in phase 1 with the work session on the scope and concept tonight. Following that, we've called it phase 2, the preliminary workshop happening in June and July, where we kind of do our boards and commissions tour later in July, but in June and in early July, we've set some time aside for, again, these kind of earlier conversations. We've listed 2 open house and community town halls that will happen at different times during the week, a farmer's market pop-up, and then the boards and commissions, including Planning Commission, Housing Commission, the Urban Forestry Commission, and the Environmental Sustainability Council. In phase 3, which we've scheduled here happening in August and October, we've kind of set aside August to really kind of hunker down on the draft code based on the feedback that we collect in phase 2. And then moving into September, we've got a Planning Commission work session, another round of City Council review, including first reading in October, an informational video will be developed based on the regulations that council refers out. And then phase 4, final consideration happening in November through February of next year, where we've got another town hall, again focused on the regulations that council will refer out. And then followed by the final round of planning commission work session, public hearing, and then moving into city council final consideration in January and February. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'll turn it back to you. I'm happy to answer any questions or comments.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for the kickoff discussion. I will again defer to our guests, so the Planning Commission and Housing Commission. Who all would like to go first with any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions for staff. I thought this was a really great report, and the list of the issues to consider was pretty exhaustive. I didn't have anything to add to it. So I'm personally just looking forward to the discussion. There's a lot to talk about exactly how we want to approach this.
And that is the understatement of the evening. When I saw Jimmy at the grocery party, Jimmy, you're there somewhere, at the grocery yesterday, we both agreed that whatever flows from tonight's meeting, as you all direct and guide, is hopefully going to start out in a manner and carry through in a manner that does not repeat the T-zone experience. Not that the final outcome wasn't to my satisfaction, but the engagement, the awareness of the community needs to be very high on this from the very beginning. And I'll leave it to you all to figure out how to basically ramp up folks so that they will pay attention and then go to all these meetings that are planned and plotted and share their thoughts and pop-ups and so forth. So that when we get to the conclusion, whatever the conclusion is, at least everybody will feel that A, they understood what was being discussed, and B, they had a chance to weigh in on it.
Housing Commission?
Okay.
I was just gonna sort of related to Phil's comment. Is that kind of the goal of having that phase 2, like more of the engagement before you have everything written out to kind of get the feedback? And so it's like to sort of avoid people feeling like that hasn't been.
Yeah, exactly. So the draft code won't be written until August. And so all of June and July will be focused on public engagement and collecting information from folks. And I think what'll be kind of developed could be a range of values to kind of help guide the conversation. And just, again, taking the temperature on different components, different numbers, and that'll directly inform how the draft code's written in August. Yeah.
Is there going to be anything like at sort of the farmers market or open house that people will be able to kind of like a summary of like, here are the high points, maybe someone can't take the meeting, you could like take that, give it to your neighbor. Because I know that there was like for T-zones, like when you looked at the website, it was really helpful. It just sort of like walked through things pretty clearly. Sometimes people didn't go there. And just having something, I think having something that could be, if people can't make it to a town hall, that you could go around, and if you have like HOA does donuts in the parking lot once a month, and you could just kind of take it out there and be like, hey, people I know are interested in this, and take it around. I don't know how much of a lift that would be, but I think that's something that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think having a one-pager kind of thing to readily deploy to folks that has some information on both on maybe accessory dwelling units and also the proposal, I think could be really helpful. I saw Arlington had a really nice kind of mock-up of different visuals that they used at their meetings, but maybe we could do something similar to just have for general use.
I actually want to follow up on that because, sorry, just real quick, on the visual point, because I think in the T-zone experience, there was a box that was alarming to some in the community that was used as visual, and so just having a variety of different visuals, like a range of what this could look like might be helpful. But I do think having visuals earlier in the process would be helpful. I know that's hard when we don't actually know what sort of the setbacks are that we're thinking about or what the heights are gonna be, but yeah, maybe a range of options.
Great presentation. As you're working your way through the roadmap, I think it's worth understanding the return on investment for accessory dwelling units and reporting out on that. I've seen all sorts of different statistics. In certain parts of the country, you can build accessory dwelling units for $75,000, but I believe here it's a lot, 300 or more. And so it's clearly going to address the diversity issue, the diversity of housing stock issue. It's clearly, you mentioned varying life stages, it's going to address that. But the question that I have is this an option that's going to be viable for the average resident or, and I think it's just a factor that needs to be taken in, or is it just an option that we're exploring for folks who can afford it at the higher end income in the city?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think, it's gonna depend a lot on, obviously the construction costs will vary a lot based on all kinds of different factors, particularly if it's detached or attached. And even including detached could be part of the conversation, within the larger updates. Because right now, like I said, we're only the city only allows attached units. So there's a lot of financial considerations, and any potential financial assistance could, I'm sure will be part of the conversation.
Yeah. So I think just adding to the diversity of the housing stock and the varying stage of life, just adding affordability into the mix in terms of how you evaluate the options.
One other thought, in terms of sort of the numbers that you include for this is how many accessory dwelling units that Arlington has created during this time period. I think that sometimes there could be the impression that, if you do this, like everyone's gonna do it, which I think probably the affordability thing that'll put that a little bit of perspective in, like, this isn't something you can just put up for $50K. But having something that says, like, okay, if people in Falls Church added at the same rate that has happened in our neighboring communities, this would result in the addition of, not that many. It's not like we're gonna suddenly have like 300 more accessory dwelling units. So I think that would just probably put it in perspective for people, so it's not as much of an unknown, which obviously you can't do a specific projection or an exact projection, but having like a range would probably be helpful.
Yeah, and even to that point, so much is going to depend on just the way the conversation goes and how every component gets analyzed. And something that'll come further down the road is it'll be relatively not easy, but feasible for staff to do like a GIS analysis showing some idea of eligible lots based on regulations that emerge further down. So there will become a clear sense of a number, again, based on like eligible lots. Of course, not saying at all that all of those lots would result in accessory dwelling units, but just to that point. Yeah.
Thank you for outlining this roadmap. We've talked a lot about communications. We have a new communications director coming in, which is super exciting. I think we found it challenging to get the word out early enough and often enough, because, oftentimes people don't participate until they're concerned about something versus preemptively participating in the process. So I think we had a couple lessons learned from our last zoning change about locations, like putting up actual physical signage, putting, at different areas to promote the pop-ups and to promote community engagement, using, news press, online. Maybe this is something we even want to invest in, a bigger mailing, because it could have such, impact on, perceived impact. I think that might be worth our effort. I know we don't want to always do that for every zoning change or everything that we're considering, but I think this might be an area where we do. And then I do have some concern about all the open house and community town halls happening in July, in the summer months, because, as we mentioned, engagement is sometimes difficult at the best of times, and I do have a little concern that if our only engagement is in July, that people are like, I was either planning for a vacation, or I'm on vacation, or I'm coming back from vacation, all three of those which don't lend themselves to participating in community meetings quite as well. So I know that we'll have additional, but I'm wondering if we could even stretch it out to, thinking of how many people we have in town who have students, we'll be back at the end of August or September timeframe, that maybe we want to invest in stretching out a little bit longer to get to a September timeframe when more people are in town, or at least, perhaps paying a little bit more attention to matters like this. So those are my initial communication thoughts and timing thoughts, because just want to make sure that as many people as possible know about it as early as possible and can engage. So those are my comments for the moment. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Thank you for this. Second Scott's request to extend the public comment period a little longer. The first day of school is August 21st, so people will be back in town by then.
Well, 19.
19. Oh, 19.
19.
Oh,
It starts early.
Really early.
Not that you're in a hurry to get rid of your kids.
Yeah. People will be really paying attention until September.
End of school year, I know when school starts.
I don't. So on your pop-ups in July, I'm wondering if you could do like a concert in the park pop-up. You might get a different group of people than go to the farmer's market, and there's a lot of families that go to that. And those concerts in the park are in July and August. When you get to the phase 3, the formal referral, will there be an opportunity to follow up with all the groups that participated in phase 2? So you've got the Housing Commission or Forestry, anybody who comes to a pop-up. Can you add a step in there where you're reaching back out to them and saying, this is what we came up with?
Absolutely.
Maybe not a formal presentation to each board and commission again, but thanks for your input, here's where we are.
Gotta check in.
Yeah, check in, just so people have that follow-up, the feedback. And then another thing we learned from the T-zones is that, and someone else just mentioned this too, where people come along and they get involved in August. And we want to make sure that wherever people decide they want to get involved, they can get up to speed quickly and understand everything. So that whatever you're doing on the website, and Meredith mentioned that the website was really helpful with T-zones, but there was so much information there. So if there's a simplified way to be able to say, this is what we're doing, here's where we are, and to just have that there so people can see it and catch up, so that they aren't saying in November, how would I know? I think that would be really important too. So that's the timeline. And just the other pieces I think about principal issues to consider, and maybe this is included in some of these, but like properties with existing easements, will they be able to have an ADU? That could have to do with the lot coverage maximums, but there are some properties that have an easement, so that limit their ability to put ADU on it. I think another thing important to highlight is that one of the things that ADUs could do, your very last bullet point of encouraging preservation of existing housing stock, that means that there's not going to be a McMansion going in there. So it's that balance piece too. If we're gonna allow an ADU here, that means we are gonna preserve a small house. And then there won't, the other option is to put a giant house on that lot. And I think people don't, like, you may think of that, I may think of that, but everybody else may not think of that. So I think we need to emphasize that too, that when we say existing impervious surface and existing lot coverage, that means we, you know, this is, the lot coverage could be the same, but it would be 2 units instead of a giant one. I think that's all I got, thank you.
Thank you.
Comments?
Dave?
Sure. Thank you. I think the principal issues to consider is a pretty good list. I would add infrastructure costs to the city. If we're going to talk about affordability for individuals, we should also talk about affordability for the city. So I think that would make a good balance. I do support the Vice Mayor's concern about the major amount of general community outreach occurring during the summer. I think that could create unnecessary issues going forward. And finally, it seems to me that it would be very helpful to encourage a sense of credibility on the part of the citizens if a logbook were kept by city staff with regard to their communications with all parties to assure that there isn't any kind of undue influence. Thank you.
Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to note on the legislative side of things for Richmond, as Mr. Trainer noted, the bill was carried over to the 2025 General Assembly session, but it was referred to the State Housing Commission. And so they will be reviewing this issue in the fall as you are. So as we get input and you all start refining things, we'll also be working with planning and housing staff to track what the state is planning to do, because the bill that is deferred may change, and so we'll want to keep that in consideration when you think of URLs and the timing at the end of the day when that gets executed to your effort if you choose and would like to have local authority control in your ordinance. Be the prime.
Just need to something.
Sure.
Yeah, just a few things. Yeah, I saw the fiscal impacts piece on line 159. That city staff will assess the number of potential ADUs, but to echo Mr. Snyder's point, I think we're all very interested in sewer costs and school costs and other things like that. So that would be an essential part of that analysis. Might be getting ahead of myself here, but other things that I would like to see us consider as we move forward would also be things, I didn't see this listed, would be things like incentives. So if people were to provide housing for teachers or housing for local workers or whatever else, that there's some sort of incentive structure to make it a little bit easier to do that would be another thing I'd like to see us consider. And then also on the design aspect, there are some places in the country that have pre-approved plans. It does two things. It makes it easier to get something done, and it also alleviates community concerns over how things might look. Now, each lot is different, so that might be something that's completely untenable here. But I do know that other places have considered, or actually have implemented that. I believe Oregon, but I can look up where it was.
Albuquerque.
It was Albuquerque. Okay, thank you. And then just the big +1 to finding creative ways to reach out to the community, whether it be through mailing or I guess even sending a blurb to community groups or listservs, blogs, whatever else. But I guess thinking maybe outside of the box that we usually use. And that would be all. Thank you.
Erin? Go ahead. So thank you. I mean, I think I was looking at this and as others, I'll echo what everyone else has said, but thinking about kind of the T-zones conversation and taking a step back and kind of how do we right the ship maybe from the outset here so we're on a smoother course. And we view kind of the community as partners in thinking about this as opposed to, oh, who's in favor of something, who's in opposition to something, as opposed to a community that just wants to see sort of positive outcomes and a well kind of implemented, well executed plan, whatever, it ultimately may be. Some big picture thoughts in the staff resources. I know we got public comment on this. There was the ADU conversation that took place, and Commissioner Krasner was there in his personal capacity, but also as like Fairfax Planning hat, and the Urban Institute person was there. And from the outset, talking about terminology, right? So as we roll this out, should we be moving away from accessory dwelling units, right, the ADUs, to something else right from the beginning? Whether, I don't know what they are, ancillary dwellings, ancillary living units, accessory living units. Should there be a way that we're talking about the attached units separately from the detached units, right? And as we have that conversation, understanding, are we hearing comments and concerns about the detached units that are comments and concerns that are different than the sorts of concerns that may exist as to attached units, right? So like just in terms of framing the conversation, because when I look at the June staff develops, conversation starting points and we launch into open house, community town hall, there's like a certain messaging that has to take place in framing a conversation, but it still needs to be open enough for people to feel as though this isn't preordained and that there's some facilitating, sort of mediating conversation that's taking place, because I still don't have, even in setting the objectives, a clear enough view of like, what has planning staff heard? What have other council members heard in terms of, I know there are the people with homes that may not be covered by the historic ordinance that live on larger lots, and it makes sense to potentially increase, the opportunity to use that lot in a way that protects against that home being torn down and like a 6,000 square foot house being put up, right? But then you also hear from people that are like, no, I have a reliance interest on the zoning code, right? And that's also a fair kind of point of view to have, so that we don't like vilify people when they're coming forward, but we can facilitate a conversation that says, okay, even understanding that reliance interest, like, is this just a complete no-go for you? Are there any kind of conditions in which we can accommodate kind of concerns in thinking about this? If you are hearing from, a neighbor who's saying, gosh, I really need this because I have an adult, child now with a disability and they don't have a place to live, but it would be really great to have a place for them to live on my lot. Like, I think what you want to have in those conversations are people hearing kind of why it is people in the community are open to this or are considering this or are, very against this, as opposed to feeling as though, concepts that are developed in other communities are being basically, overlaid here without the conversation being kind of community driven and community oriented. So those are kind of big picture thoughts. I know in the planning commission there were conversations around surveys, right? Like, and what are the benefits or downsides of surveys, and that you don't want sort of say, oh, well, all the survey results are negative, so then we're not going to do anything, or all the survey results are positive, so who are the people that are coming in opposed to this? But surveys can be helpful in terms of just getting a temperature of like, who's interested in this, how many people are even thinking about this, what is on top of mind for them as they think about this, what questions do they have? So, there was a fair amount of response to the surveys with the art in the council chambers, and it may be that something similar here, understanding like caveating it in the right way would be a good place for you to kind of have initial information even going into this, what a conversation starting points look like. I guess I would have the caution of not like overselling what any of this is, right? Like, I think Bob was talking about, like, this is simply a different form, right, of housing. We can't guarantee, just like in T-zones, that this is necessarily gonna be affordable. It may be affordable to people who are family members of the people who live there, but it might not be affordable when someone's like, hey, that's a really nice, like, accessory structure. I'd pay $3,000 a month to live in that nice looking building, right? Like, so let's just be very clear about like the limits of what's in our control and the things that are outside of our control, and what it is that this might accomplish and what it is we can't say it will necessarily accomplish, because I think we get kind of community kind of trust and credibility in that way, as opposed to people sort of feeling like, oh, well, that isn't necessarily true, or that isn't necessarily true. It's like this is what this is, like a base, this is what this is, and I can't say it's gonna be anything else, so what do you want this to be, or what are you concerned about it being or not being? I echo the kind of comments about infrastructure. I think it's also important to think about sidewalks and bike lanes and schools in terms of where we're thinking about accessory structures going. And again, in not overselling when we say, oh, well, that it allows people to walk everywhere, bike places, and they won't have cars. It's like, yes, hopefully that's true, but it's not true if we have a bunch of more buildings going up on places that don't have sidewalks, and we're not kind of keeping up with infrastructure that way. It would be nice to think about kind of building profiles, like the cottage zoning code has a bunch of things in terms of, you know, environmental aspects and bioretention aspects of what would potentially accompany buildings. And then again, I think Jack was getting at this, just having a better sense of like what parcels are in play. Like, are we talking about R1A, R1B in terms of detached units as a conversation point? Are we talking about R1A, R1B, RC, and RM for attached unit? Like, there may be totally different zones that are implicated by attached versus detached. And then I've raised this in other places, but also like if part of this is an objective to preserve older housing stock from, you know, like that map that you have about the different housing stock and the tear downs, right, would be interesting to have in combination with this. But if part of this is preserving older housing stock, then it might make sense to look at that tax code that I had previously talked about. I think it's 58.13220, but it's when you rehab or renovate structures, residential structures that are over 15 years old, the state gives you the ability to offer tax relief where you're not initially assessed for something like up to 10 or 20 years on the increased assessed value that accompanies those improvements. So, you know, if you're thinking about improvements like that, or how you incentivize, or what it is you may ultimately do, depending on what we hear from the community on this, I think it's, you know, important to think about like what structures make sense, or what tax relief makes sense, or how this does or doesn't come into play with things like the conditional, like voluntary provisions of the historic ordinance. Like you might say, hey, your mid-century bungalow, like maybe you can put an accessory unit up, but would you also like to put your house under the code so that when a bona fide purchaser comes along, they have a year before they're potentially competing with like a developer who may tear down this you know, investment that you've just made partially to help keep this home that you otherwise, you know, put a lot of time into over the years. So all sorts of things to consider in looking at the schedule at the end of the staff report. Sorry, I got locked out of my screen. Oh, there it is. I was wondering, is this gonna come back to us, you know, whenever all the kind of preliminary workshop finishes? I think it would be important for it to come back to council before staff undertakes drafting a code, so that if you are pulled in multiple directions or there are competing policy concerns, that we are kind of accountable for giving you that direction in a way that you know, I think commissioners in the planning commission during the T-zone conversations felt like there were just kind of, you know, muddied messaging sometimes, and it would have been better to have clearer direction from council. So maybe before the draft code, if it could come back to us. And then my suggestion would be where that open house community town hall is in November. I actually think that it could be a good place to put that town hall between the planning commission work session and when the code comes to us in the city council work session. Because if you'll remember back to that library event in the T-zones, a lot of people showed up and they were like, well, you know, this is all my input. And I was like, okay, we'll go to planning commission and tell them, or go to city council and tell them. They're like, well, aren't you gonna tell them? And you were like, no, I'm just gonna present this again, so show up. I don't have a lot of control over this. And I think once we see a code, it goes to planning commission, you potentially have community input. It's again an important point for kind of council at that work session to think about like what it's hearing through all those different avenues before we're at first reading, because that's when people are gonna react to things, you know, most strongly. Oh, this is halfway to, you know, enactment at this point, as opposed to kind of giving that space to say, here's what we're hearing, here's kind of the feedback, here's where we've made decision points that may or may not be in agreement with you for X reasons, and this is what we're now rolling out as the umbrella that could be like further refined based on further conversations. So for what it's worth. But thank you.
Caroline, you can read. Yeah, I got a few. So thank you for this. Excited to see it. I think you just got to readjust what's happening in July. I think I'm the first person that echoes that comment. I do think that there's going to be benefit, and I don't want to be too prescriptive, but somewhere between your initial open house and community town hall, daytime, evening, and all those 4 work sessions before you draft, somewhere between drafting the code or planning commission, just having another public engagement that really reports out to folks, here are the results and the input of 4 work sessions. I think it would be really helpful to provide more push and more near term, here's how it's coalescing from these citizen bodies. So I think that is it on the plan. And then one more thing. I do think we don't want to forget about the affordable living policy. I do think we want to take this work and make sure that it's aligned in ways that support it. And the way that we are moving forward with affordable living policy, I have a feeling the first draft of it is probably going to come, I don't know why not optimistic about July, but sometime thereafter. So, we just want to keep a pulse on it and make sure that there's an integration point with that. I think that's important. The notion of fiscals, right? Yeah, we want some level of depth of analysis, right, on both, not just the expense side, but the revenue side. I think it's really important that you include, the fact that there's been a lot of studies that have been done on how, what appraisal methods and values are for properties containing ADUs. So I don't think we want to alienate Irving from this whole process, particularly on the revenue side. I think you want to make sure that you're including Tom Clinton and that it's a healthy revenue and expense side when we take a look at the fiscal impact. When you take a look at the codes, Sally kind of probably needs your legal eye on that, right? Because we've got a universal state building code, of which, I don't know, is the Virginia residential code on top part of that. So I think there's, it takes a PhD to decipher the code sometimes between those two and what the ICC says. But I think in general, we have 3 buckets, right? New, existing, and maintenance. So kind of those are the 3 categories I'm looking for when we take a look at the codes. What are we changing that's different right? That's in line to kind of those three things. And it's also important where possible, and this might be a large ask, we have a tendency, we use planning assumptions. I think when it comes to ADUs, the best cases for this, and it resonates with the public, is actually when you use real data. You know how many in our database are properties that are 0.25, 0.5, an acre plus in residential areas. You know where the housing stock, whether it's a newer build or existing build. So I think when you plug in some of the assumptions that include realistic pictures for what it could look like and the diversity of what that looks like, whether it's, it's the Cape Cod with, an ADU in the back, or whether it's a new Craftsman with an ADU in the back. I think you just want to make sure we get some, use more reliance on the data and the feasibilities of our footprint versus planning assumptions. I think that would be really helpful. Let's see. In architecture, I think there's going to be, I don't want to be too prescriptive, but, and I don't have any issues with it, but I think between more modern architecture versus when we say the current Virginia code, not we, says it's got to align within the existing look, for lack of a better unsophisticated word, of the existing primary residence. Does that mean that we're going to be over prescriptive and say, if you want to build a more modern ADU, right, with a slanted roof and you have a colonial in your house, that's a colonial style house, you're not going to allow that as an ADU. I think we just want to balance and run that through without overcomplicating it, the concepts of perhaps some sort of high-level architectural roadmap as to what it means when we say that aligning with the Virginia code, it's got to look close to the primary residence that it's sitting in. And I don't see architecture board involved in here, and think about maybe including them somehow, and if it's valuable. And that's it.
Great, I think that's gone. So thank you for this. I think I echo the previous comments that we are all looking forward to this. This was in our last work plan with the previous council, so it's been a long time coming. So thank you for the work for this. I appreciate the kickoff discussion, kind of the bottoms up thinking on community engagement. I did also agree that the list of issues is pretty comprehensive. The only one I would add in there is what do we do about non-conforming lots? How would the rules apply in any non-conforming ones that we might have in our districts? But otherwise, that looks like a good list. I was going to +1 all the ideas around creative communication, early visuals. I might also suggest some field trips to see real life ADUs. I think we have enough of them probably in jurisdictions around us. I think it would be helpful for the community to have opportunity to see them in real life. I also like the idea of projecting eligible lots based on where we have sizes. I think that'll help allay any concerns that it'll be a very pervasive thing. I wanted to offer a couple of kind of working principles as we start this. So thinking back to kind of what went well, what didn't go well with T-zones. One is, given that ADUs is something that's been done elsewhere, I think a working principle is to really learn from others. I think multiple jurisdictions have done this, have iterated on their code multiple times. Let's learn why they did that. What were the barriers to production the first time around? What things did they relax to finally get production? So let's learn from other people. You don't need to reinvent the wheel here. ADUs have been done elsewhere, so let's make sure we learn about that. Second, and again, we're reflecting back on T-zones, I think we need to be very clear what the policy goals are from the beginning. I think it got convoluted along the way that T-zones was a solution for affordable housing when it's really meant to increase supply and diversity. So let's get clear what the goals are for ADUs. To me, I think it is, again, the supply and diversity play. It's not necessarily affordable given what construction costs are, what they are in this area. I think it's more aging in place, the generational diversity. We all want, grandkids or our own kids come back, or parents move back in town. So I think that's been something I've heard very clearly from our community is a big policy goal. And the third one, which we have data on, is really slowing down that single family turnover stock and preserving the older housing stock I hear. So if we have any data on whether ADUs done elsewhere is helping with that, I think that would be helpful to reiterate early on. But again, it's a supply and diversity play, not necessarily affordable. And then the third principle I would offer is really an element of equity. So when we think about what happens in our single family neighborhoods, the process someone would take essentially a small 2 or 3 bedroom Cape Cod or Rambler and turn it into a 6 bedroom house that maximizes the impervious and lot coverage requirements, and thinking that someone could build a big house by right with very little government oversight beyond a grading plan, essentially, and building permits, right? Thinking about the process that someone can do today in that single-family home process, I would like us to think about, whether we should allow the same creative use of their land for different people. Because to me, it feels pretty inequitable that people can essentially build the giant house next door to you without a neighbor being able to say anything. And then do we want to have similar or less restrictive, building processes to prevent someone putting an ADU? To me, I think there's a clear equity argument in thinking about what we allow for single-family home development versus considering ADU. So I'll just offer those three as kind of working principles as I think about guiding, policy, or staff to guide the policy development of this. Great, so thank you for all the good, thoughtful work in advance. We look forward to kicking this off and coming back to us.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are at 9:10. I know that we also have a member of the POC in the audience, and so what I was going to actually ask staff is whether we'd be okay moving up the sewer discussion, given that we have a member of the POC, and I hate for him to...
No, I'm fine.
Oh, you don't mind? It might take another half hour before we get to that item, if you don't mind.
That's good.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate your flexibility. Otherwise, I propose a slight agenda rejiggering, which we want to accommodate. Thank you, Housing and Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's keep the agenda as is and move on to solid waste.
So, good evening. We have Lonnie Marquetti, who's our solid waste coordinator and our staff lead for the development of the 20-year solid waste management plan. She's been supported in this work with a council-appointed solid waste task force, and we're very grateful for their service to the community in helping develop this plan. And Lonnie's been supported by our DPW team as well, and importantly, Lonnie's been supported by a consultant who has helped us with the drafting of this plan, and we do have a representative from the consulting team on this call as well. So with that introduction, the request tonight, Council, is to hear the staff report, discuss the plan, and we are asking for it to be scheduled for adoption in the next meeting. I will note at the outset also that there was a petition from Park Towers relating to solid waste services. In my response to the petitioners on that, I referenced this plan and how it's an important policy vehicle, potentially for at least setting the stage for considering some of the concerns they raised. I would suggest that we allow Ms. Marquetti to walk through the plan as a whole, but maybe towards the end of that discussion, if there are questions about that policy question, that we might circle back to those. Ms. Marquetti, let me turn it over to you, unless Mr. Bradley, you wanted to make any introductory comments as well.
Just a couple of words. Thank you, Mr. Shields. As Mr. Shields has said, this has been an effort on DPW's behalf led by Lonnie for about a year now, and this stems from state code and requiring a solid waste master plan, I believe, for 20 years. Lonnie, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. So we are at our 20-year deadline, so this does have to be adopted by July 1st. And then I know there has been, what Mr. Shields had just alluded to, there has been interest from council and from residents and others in the city regarding whether it's equity, just solid waste in general. And I just want to note this plan does encourage us and state that we should look into what those options may be. As Mr. Shields has reported out at previous council meetings, there are several options to look at. This plan does not go into that depth. It just simply recommends investigating those, and that would be a separate effort that we would pick up from here. So with that, Ms. Marquetti, I'll hand it over to you. Thank you, Mr. Shields.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Good evening, everyone. This is a first reading of what is required by DEQ for our 20-year solid waste management plan, which essentially just tells the state that we have enough capacity essentially for our waste, and it sort of outlines what we plan on doing to reduce our waste. So last plan that we submitted was submitted and approved by DEQ in 2004. So that lasted us 20 years. Last spring, council, appointed an ad hoc solid waste management committee, swim pack, which we asked for 5 members. The most we've ever had was 4 members, and that went down to 3. We've had extensive public participation throughout the plan. We've met 10 times from February of 2023 to April of 2024. We've essentially reviewed current solid waste program. We've analyzed the gaps. We have recommendations for the future that will essentially close those gaps or bring us close to. Members of the committee were 2 members from the ESC and 1 representative from the schools. To create the plan, we went to seek public input, which is very important and it is required by the state for us to do. I have posted the draft final plan, which is an attachment, and that you might have with you, I'm hoping. But that is posted on our website. So it essentially gives the public an opportunity to read what the swim pack has essentially, along with our partners, GBB and myself, Mr. Shields and Mr. Bradley have essentially created. We've also done a presentation to the ESC back in February 20th, and they submitted their comments back to us, and we incorporated the comments that we felt as a group along with our consultants. We worked some of those comments in. Some of those were clarification comments. So we sent that back over to the ESC and they seemed satisfied with our corrections, clarification answers, etc. Required by the state, the SWIP, like I mentioned earlier, is essentially a long-ranging plan for solid waste management needs over the next 20 years. In the plan, there are 7 objectives total with 31 separate action items, if you will. And I just want to bring to everyone's attention that this is essentially a strategic plan. It's a living document. It doesn't necessarily commit us to any of those 7 objectives or 31 action items that are in the plan. They are action items from either our consultants to what is going on either in our neighboring jurisdictions or nationally that would suit a small locality like ourselves, or action items from the swim pack committee or ESC. I apologize. So this is, I'm sorry, Sophie, can you scroll down? Sorry. So the fiscal impact of this plan does not commit us to anything, to any new funding or anything in that nature. It just essentially is outlined and it is up to City Council for evaluation and budget appropriations during the normal budgeting process. As Mr. Bradley mentioned, this is required to be submitted to DEQ by July 1st. And then below is our draft resolution. But I do want to, if we can open up the draft plan. I don't know if she has it open, or I'll just, yep, can we jump to page 13? I just wanted to show council members as well as anyone who's interested. On page 13 is essentially where we put in that we would investigate a, you can stop right there, I'm sorry. So right here it says the City of Falls Church may also investigate the implementation of a service-based fee or a pay-as-you-throw system for solid waste services for collection. This may also include commercial entities to participate. So that essentially will give us time to investigate how we want to, implement some type of a service-based fee or a pay-as-you-throw variable pay system. We haven't necessarily come up with the name of it quite yet, but that gives us the opportunity to look into it. And then if we go to page 55, Sophie, please. Yep, so this essentially is our recommendation of action. So this is our 7 objectives, and these are our 31 action items, if you wanted to look at that quickly. Obviously, the plan goes into further detail. It has our survey results, etc., into the plan. But I know that we're running behind schedule this evening, so I just wanted to highlight just this section. I also have our consultants, GBB. We have Eugenia and Ashley on the call. If there are any specific questions, suggestion, and we are hoping to go to council on May 28th for our second reading for adoption.
Okay. Questions and comments? Thank you for the work, Lonnie. I can't admit to reading 213 pages of this, but I did read the first 6. It's a long one. I apologize. We tried to condense as much as we could. Okay. Questions from council or comments? No one is into solid waste as much as I was, I guess.
I also want to say thank you for meeting for almost a year on this, and it shows. You're very, very productive. There was one I was just looking at, and I lost it. What was the page that you said we were just looking at? 13.
Page 55.
45?
The summary was on
55.
No, the summary of the actions.
Mm-hmm.
That one right there.
Page
Page 60.
55.
Yeah, page 55, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the ones that you're saying are ideas, and we would consider what to go next and what are the things that the city wants to embark on. Correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I was interested in the there was a whole conversation on recycling, and so you have increasing the recycling rate goal, but then earlier you mentioned that we're using a lot of recycling, it's costing the city a lot more money, and you want to explore other options for that. Can you just talk a little bit about that? Since recycling is one of those things that we all feel really good about, but may not actually be as good as we think.
Yes. So recycling isn't necessarily the correct R that everyone should really be focusing on. It should really be reduce. It's reduce, reuse, then recycle. That's the proper way that the R's are essentially set forth. So recycling does cost us money. It essentially is costing us more money than it is to actually dispose of trash. It's a good feel-good program for the residents. Our recycling numbers have gone down over the last 2 years, mainly because of the fact that we've been extremely strict as to what we are advising residents to put inside of their recycling bins. So ever since 2017, when China stopped essentially accepting our recycling overseas, we took a really big hit. We were essentially getting anywhere between $10,000 to $20,000 in rebates prior to 2017, and now we're essentially spending anywhere between $3,000 to $6,000 a month to pay for recycling. So the climate has definitely changed. Recycling rate report that we submit to DEQ on a yearly basis, even though we don't have to, we're scheduled for every 4 years. But, our numbers are taking a hit because residents are essentially, habits have not changed. Everyone is essentially, constantly buying off of Amazon and, going to the store and buying things normally when we should be buying in bulk. We should be attempting to reuse materials and things in that nature, but that is a behavior change and that takes time to do so. So yes, recycling does cost us money. And unfortunately, we've been doing a lot of outreach. That was one of the things that came out of the survey, was just that residents just didn't know. So we've definitely, picked up our outreach to essentially let people know what is recyclable, what is not, what you could possibly reuse, what you can't, things in that nature. So I'm hoping that next year, since we started that in 2024, so when we submit our DEQ report for next year, that will show that our numbers are improving. For 2023, our numbers did improve, but at the end of the day, recycling is the last R for a reason. We should be reducing, we should be reusing, then we should be recycling. But quite honestly, yes, recycling does cost us money. I don't foresee us getting, even essentially kind of leveling out for quite some time, to be quite frank. Everything that we are sending over to American Recycling Center is recyclable, but it's just the market. We don't necessarily have any hold on the market and what the market prices are. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, yes, thank you. And it also reminds me of the Energy Action Plan that we passed with community and government. One of those is to have a one-stop shop for energy things that citizens can do. And this also sounds like a good opportunity to put together a one-stop shop of what do you need, what does the community need to know about reducing, reusing, and recycling?
So I actually did
suggest that would be a good way to do it.
Yes. Yeah, so I did reach out to Kurt because that was a recommendation from the ESC, but the messaging was a little different. So that is one thing that we could definitely do, is create, more of a solid waste one-stop shop. Yep.
Great. Thanks, Lonnie.
You're welcome.
That one-stop shop is up on the website. Everybody doesn't know that yet.
Okay, other comments?
Lonnie, I'm looking at Appendix D. There's a table here, and it's intriguing to me that there's a revenue piece.
Sorry.
It's trending down. I'm just curious, is that trend projected to continue downward, and just why? Page 62.
I was like, we're trying to find it. I apologize.
Page 62. Oh, in my.
I was using the PDF pages too, not the document pages.
Sorry, 67 of 213. That's, okay, yes, not 62, page 67 of 213.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're on track. I'm sorry. Can you repeat your question?
That revenue table, trying to understand it, it's trending downward over the past 5 years. Why, and are we going to see that trend in 24, 25?
Are we talking about just recycling, or are we?
There's a revenue table that's kind of cut off.
Sorry, Sophie.
You can't see the revenue table, it needs to move up a little.
Okay, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so the sale of recyclables, yes, as you see it as 0, yes, we are now paying for recycling. Is that your question for sale of recyclables?
Why is the whole number trending downward over the past 5 years? It's because we're selling less recyclable materials,
Lonnie, I can take that one if you want me to.
Thanks.
Yeah, so that is the recycling market right now. Right now, there is no value in material that has gone to the recycling center. A lot of times, these centers are actually paying to transport it, whether it's somewhere else in the country, somewhere overseas. And a lot of the foreign countries who used to buy the material are no longer interested in the material.
I'm surprised that it's actually worth anything. I just thought it was 0. I just didn't know that there was a revenue piece to this. So I'm just even surprised to see a revenue table.
Yeah, totally fair. And that comes, we used to get like several $1,000s in rebates a month just on, there's per our contract, there's a profit share agreement. So we pay to get the material to a recycling center, and then they sell that, and then we share the profits. Right now, it's a very, very small market. So for all intents and purposes, what we get back, we expect to become zero. And for kind of a comparison, the recycling center alone costs the city around $110,000 a year, just to truck the material out of the city that's dropped off there.
In that line right there, it
Yeah.
started out as 39,000 and it jumped across 5 years to up to 101 in FY '23. Okay. So the
Thank
percentage
you,
growth that is largest for that, whereas, you know, the actual solid waste collection kind of stayed in the 500s. Okay. Yeah. It's gonna cost more money to take care of trash. Okay. Debbie?
I think it just reiterates the work that, you know, that Lonnie's doing, ESC's doing, and doubling down on our communications outward about the reduced message, because it has been culturally recycled, and we've been focused on it for so long, changing that, that message out. And then the other thing we just started this past year for the first time is that Leave the Leaves campaign. And I think, you know, if you look at the, you know, the expenses of that and the labor that's involved and all the iterative factors that are that go into picking up the leaves, I think a communications investment in both of those messages has, you know, not only kind of existential ROI but literal ROI on it as well. So I just want to put that stake in the ground that I'd like to continue to work on that for our fall communications launches. That's all.
Sure.
I will also appreciate the emphasis on reduce in this document. Also, after reading the demographics chapter and reading this document, there's like a mini demographics chapter in this document. I also appreciate the line about multi-family building trash. I also appreciate the line in one of the objectives about deconstruction. I've been reading a lot about circular cities and actually building materials. You know, we talk about not using plastic bags, but like building materials are actually a huge chunk of stuff that ends up going to the landfill. So I appreciate seeing that in there. I was specifically, could you talk a little bit, there are three things I had. One of the proposed programs projects, this is on page 3 and under number 3, it says develop mechanisms to deal with collected leaves and wood waste that reduce the need for materials handling and storage on city property. What is that, like what sort of thing would that involve?
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where you're reading. I apologize.
Those programs / projects right at the bottom of the page, number 3.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
So yeah, I was curious as to what, how, would it be through a Leave the Leaves program? Or what would those mechanisms be to reduce the need for materials handling and storage?
So Eugenia and Ashley are also on the call, but if my memory serves me correctly, this is more so for residents to leaf cycle more on their property. Is that the message? I forget what this one was, and I do apologize for that. Eugenia, can you refresh?
Yeah, I believe that you're right. I think this one was about encouraging like on-yard, more decentralized composting.
Right.
Great, thank you. The other 2 questions I had were about the pay-as-you-throw program. How does Arlington do that? And would that be, and actually I'll throw on pay-as-you-throw as well as composting. How does Arlington handle that? And would that be a potential model for us to follow? Or are we too different from Arlington to take something like that on?
So Arlington and Fairfax, City of Alexandria, they are all on an enterprise fee-based service. I'm not going to say it's a pay-as-you-throw because it's essentially that one flat fee. So enterprise, you know, they essentially take whatever dollar amount they suspect would be for that year, kind of like what we do for stormwater, and then they would essentially divvy that out amongst its users. So that's how their system is essentially into place. Arlington in specific, they do have that third bin. So they are and they just started accepting food waste in that third bin. So they've always had a yard waste bin, but then they've just now introduced food waste to that. So now they're calling it their organic bin. That is in the plan. One of our main goals is to essentially eliminate zero waste, if you will, one stream of waste. And the swim pack, myself, we've essentially kind of figured out which one of the streams of waste could we essentially possibly eliminate, meaning that it's 100% diverted from our actual landfill stream. So we decided that organic waste, whether it be leaves, grass clippings, wood chips, food waste, all of that would essentially, we would tackle that in the next 20 years to essentially eliminate that. So that is something that is in this plan to eliminate just organic material from our waste stream.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other comments? Dave?
Sure, thanks for that. I'm interested in how you get from here to there with eliminating organic waste. What do you do with properties with a whole lot of trees, which is a good thing, but that means a whole lot of leaves? Can all of those leaves be stored on the property? And if so, what's the proper way to do it? Composting, if not done right, can attract vectors. So the issue is there's got to be, it seems to me, to get from where we are today to where you want to go is a lot of science and then explained and applied in a way that people can understand it and accept it. Otherwise, it seems like it's just a service that you're withdrawing from citizens who are still paying taxes for the same service, and now they're not getting it. So that could play very badly. So what I'm really interested in is how we get from here to there without it appearing, oh, we're just reducing services and making people still pay the same level of taxes.
Of course. So adding that third bin wouldn't necessarily take away a service. It would be kind of adding a service to a certain extent, because we already offer curbside yard waste collection for brush. As long as it's bundled or it's in a privately owned container, it's picked up free of charge. Leaves and grass clippings are, there's $1 for each bag that you would essentially put curbside. So if we were to add this third bin, then your leaf clippings, your grass, your brush, all of that would still be collected, and it would just be 100% taken. I mean, it would essentially be going to the same place as it is now. It's going to Free Farm State in Prince William. That is the composting facility. As for backyard composting, we offer backyard composting classes twice a year to residents who are interested. I am currently looking back into getting our build your own composters back with Fairfax County. So, I mean, it is education, there is science involved, but adding this third bin would essentially enhance that program, because you can also put food waste into it. I would imagine, I mean, without going into further detail because we haven't realistically looked into it, but I would imagine it would be similar to your rolling cart with the top lid. I have spoken to Arlington to kind of get a general consensus of, is there, a rodent problem? Is there, a really bad, smell? Things that residents would essentially be interested in if this is a route that City Council wants to take. And they said no. So I think it would be a well-received program if we were to go that route. But I wouldn't necessarily think of it as us taking away a program. It would be us enhancing a program.
Okay, so thanks for that explanation. So you're not talking about necessarily maintaining all the leaves on the property, particularly if you have a lot of trees and they generate a lot of leaves. And you're not talking about composting everything on property. You're literally talking about now picking that up. So how is that different from what we're doing today? You're separating it out, right? Is that the reference? I'm just trying to get straight what it is we're actually calling for.
You want me to take that one, Lonnie?
Sure.
All right. So I think the difference is today, we go around, we pick up all the leaves that are raked to the curb, right? So for all intents and purposes, we collect 100% of the leaves that fall. The idea would be, even if we can get a resident to take 20% and leave that 20% on their property, right? That's the 20% reduction for the leaves we have left. The pile that's up there is 2 years worth of excess that we don't know what to do with, right? We can't give it away. So we got to find a way we got to find out what to do with those leaves. And right now our entire mulch structure is full of excess leaves from 2 years. So right, it's trying to reduce where we can. Right, right now the composting program is either an opt-in or you drive your compost to the back of City Hall. This program would expand that to be a third bin for everybody, and not just an opt-in program. So I think that's really what this plan is geared towards, is expanding those services, expanding that public outreach to explain, right, you save your leaves so you don't have to load up your car and bring them back and use them as mulch or fertilizer, whatever it is, and talking through some of those very technical kind of science-y items.
Thank you.
I may be reserving questions because I didn't get through the whole 213 pages. And so I want to make sure I do so I'll be reserving them for next week. Thank you.
Sure.
I had a few comments. So like everyone else, I do think that we need to put extra emphasis on the reduce and reuse. I think the public education, I think in 2022, I sent around the article to the then council from the Atlantic that talked about how all plastics recycling is a farce. Essentially, we ship it to China and then it just ends up in a boat or in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. So even though we think we're recycling, we're really not. And so I think that's evident by the money or the lack of money we get back. So I really do think pushing on reducing and reusing is important. There are a lot of strategies on this 8.5 table, Lonnie, and so I guess if I had to prioritize and pull some out that I think would be helpful for the community to see the government leading by example as well as starting behavior change, if I could offer a few. So one, I mentioned it before, but I would love to see both general government and schools start eliminating single-use plastics.
Okay.
Sorry, Sally, I'm gonna pick on you. So that would be a great kind of just somewhat performative, but I do think that it does start changing the behavior. If we think about not having single-use plastics and reducing the consumption of that at city events and school events, I think that would be a really good signal to the rest of the community to change their behavior and not buy as much single-use plastics as well. Second, we've had a lot of discussion on Leave the Leaf, so I think further education this fall would be great. To Zach's point, even if we rate 20% less, I am a total convert. We did it this year. We have a lot of trees on our property, and we didn't rake a single leaf. We mowed all the leaves on site, and within like 5 days, you couldn't see a single leaf on the lawn, and it was amazing. The boys are very thankful as well because they didn't spend any time raking this year. So we are a total convert. Maybe more testimonials from city council members would help, but I'm a big fan of Leave the Leaves. Third, composting. So I think we talked about this third bin option, but given our demographics where the majority of our housing units are now in multifamily and will be, is where we continue to grow, thinking about how we expand that service to our multifamily buildings is really important to me and as well as to our residents, as well as businesses and schools. And so besides residential customers, let's think about those other, where the rest of our population is as well. Fourth, I think council last year participated in the annual cleanup day in the south of Broad area, South Washington, Annandale, and Hillwood. If we could give a little extra attention to extra trash and recycling bin cans out there, that would be helpful because there just aren't that many in that end of town. I know we have in the new South Washington Transit Plaza, lots of, I think 2 sets of bins out there. For some reason, the other parts of South Washington just have a lot of litter all over the place. So then really good to get like visual reminder, like, hey, do your part, put it in the trash and recycling bins out there. It'd be helpful for litter prevention. I like the discussion in the report about the sharing economy. It's another kind of, I think Free Cycle and Buy Nothing, I'm parts of both of them in Falls Church. They're really strong and prevalent in the community. I think one thing that would be great to see is the library take another role. They already do puzzle sharing, obviously book sharing, but a tool library could be a really nice extension to people not having to buy tools. Again, to the extent that we're trying to encourage more reducing and reusing, don't go out and buy your new thing. Maybe Public Works can have a role in that as well. Just some ideas that I thought were really good examples where government can lead by example. My last comment has to do with table 1 on page 13. Instead of using the COG numbers on demographics, given that we just wrapped up the demographics chapter, can we just check in with planning on whether our demographics data can be used there? because the data looked pretty different to me. This is page
Sure.
13 of the PDF, the table one. I would just recommend referring to what we already have in-house rather than 2022 COG data. And then my last one had to do with the discussion on moving to kind of a more equitable, like fee-based model that we're talking about, either pay as you throw. What is the best way? In our council work plan is something that we wanted to explore this coming next 2 years. What is the best way to take that on if we do want to pursue that? Is that engaging the task force? Is it bringing a new group together? What are staff's thoughts on that?
I believe it would start with the consultant, quite honestly. It would start with the consultant to really take a deep dive into our waste. As long as I've been here, and I've been here for almost 10 years, I have found no waste characterization done on any stream of our waste. So I think if we can understand what we're throwing away, the behavior problems, things in that nature, I think that would be our first step. Getting that done, kind of coming up with a few strategies. You know, is it going to be a pay as you throw, fee-based, any way that we look at it, I believe that it would serve the solid waste budget and the solid waste services. I think it would be best to kind of create it as a enterprise fund, just like our neighboring localities do. So that would essentially, it would be the same way that stormwater is doing its thing with all of their fees. It goes all right back into stormwater. All of the fees that would come in to solid waste would go right back into solid waste. That way we can essentially kind of work out a plan on, changing out our broken streetscape cans, adding more in, things in that nature. I personally think that is the best way that we should tackle it. Mr. Bradley, if you want to chime in, or Mr. Shields.
I'll add that what Ms. Marchetti just said, it's probably a bit of an oversimplification, right? We have the recycling center, right? There's an equitable question of whether residents should be paying for that. We even have like City Hall, library, property yard, garbage pickup is all kind of baked into the existing contracts. So we don't have those individual numbers. So it's a little more complex than what's presented, but I think that the basic principle of what we're looking at is something that's more equitable, right? That's kind of what this document points us to, and looking at whether it should be fee-based or we should dig down and get really into the weeds and look at a pay-as-you-throw. But I don't know if I don't know if we're there yet, right? I don't know if we're ready to really jump into that feet first, right? It's something we're gonna have to bring a consultant in, kind of do that analysis on, and then come back at some point in the future with a recommendation to council.
I have a couple of additional thoughts. Just to add to what Zach and Lonnie said, I would emphasize it's a big effort. And I think it's, we were just talking about the ADU or the reviewing the zoning codes. I think this is one that would also attract just a lot of attention in the community. And so we would need to staff for that and prepare for that so that we could engage in a deep way, as opposed to sort of throwing something out there that generates a whole lot of questions that we're not prepared to answer. And so one way we could proceed is one that, the council could be the gatekeeper on this. We do have a very mature and well-established program that has been paid for the same way for a very long period of time. And there are policy reasons to support that. It is, in terms of the ease of administration and sort of keeping costs down, there are some virtues to it. There are, I will acknowledge that the 2004 plan called for pay-as-you-throw for the environmental benefits, and they did reference the equity issue as well. And this plan that is before you also doesn't go into quite as much detail as the 2004 plan did. It didn't get as much, sort of from the task force perspective, as much of a push. but it is referenced in a fairly gentle way in this plan as something to explore. One way to proceed would be on June 24th, we're planning to come to council with tactical plans to implement council priorities. The council has listed in its priorities to establish equitable and sustainable solid waste policies. And staff could take the time between now and the 24th to say, you know, here's the tactical plan if we were to explore this. But to manage expectations, I think you're going to see it's fairly a heavy lift, both from staff resources, and I think a consulting contract is probably going to be pretty expensive. So I want to just manage expectations on that, but we would be prepared to have a more detailed conversation if the council wants to pursue this for us to explore it a bit more on June 24th.
Okay, something for us to chew on, I guess, or if there people want to say you want to do it now, I think it's helpful to give staff that direction. It's been on our work plan. We keep talking around it.
I would just say you better come up with a different approach than taking away services that people are paying for with their taxes and now charging them for those services in addition to the taxes they're already paying. I think there's a real public acceptance that you're going to have to deal with before you leap into this.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say I've said, well, I mean, yeah, so my concern on this and in terms of my support for having it on the work plan really goes to my understanding that in order to address some of the repeated Park Towers inquiries, that it would need to be on the work plan because it was gonna be difficult to get sort of answers otherwise. But I do have concerns about kind of spending a year thinking about or staff time moving towards a pay-as-you-throw or a fee-based system, because I do think that, as Mr. Snyder was saying, there is a sense among, residents of like, well, we pay a lot for taxes, and now, yes, we're gonna potentially reduce taxes, but my overall bills are gonna be even higher now because I now pay out of pocket for these services that are overall gonna be increased. And that's not to say that, people in multifamily buildings aren't throwing out anything less or recycling anything less. It's, so like, I think that there are gonna be the counter arguments. I've already heard some people in the community who pay more attention to these meetings quip, and say things like, well, what would really reduce my taxes is we, cut out the school fees and we carve those out. And then we, attribute that to the people who use the school system. And then my fees would be a lot less, right? And so it does kind of move you toward this conversation where I think you could sow tensions between different residents in the community that don't kind of currently exist and who generally are in alignment on kind of shared goals, and pit categories of our residents kind of against one another in a way that may not be very productive, or that may not be strategically the best time to do that at a time when you want to also create a lot of resident support for something like the bond referendum around the property yard, when residents consistently say, I pay a lot of taxes and I don't see, the sidewalks, or I don't see the paving, and now, you want us to take out debt and I don't even get my trash picked up anymore, right? I do think that it could raise a lot of kind of conversations at a time where we may want to do education around leave the leaves and compost more and use these services that are available, and use our community conversations for some of the other kind of big ticket items that we need to discuss.
I'm missing something fundamental about what services we're losing, because you don't necessarily charge any more. You encourage people to use leaving the leaves
No, we were talking about like fee for service of a trash pickup. So
Yeah,
if
you
you,
take, you're, but then there'd be some equivalent reduction.
Take $1 million out of the general fund, because we're gonna pay for it, but then you would charge a fee to only the single family homeowners and townhomes that would.
Right, but you take it out of your tax rate.
Yes.
So like you'd have a reduction in one place and an increase in another place that is incentivizing people to throw away less.
right, I guess people are saying, I think what, I don't know, what I was hearing is that on net, it is likely gonna be more expensive for people to get trash pickup now because you are, spreading out the cost of trash and recycling among fewer people. But, yeah.
I thought
That's it.
So I do think that we want to think progressively. Timing is important, I agree with you, right? And the capacity to do it is a true factor, that we don't decrement all the other things that we're trying to do and the whole agenda of things. But I do support taking a look at this, right? Because for me, you know, I see the value in it, right? Like variable rate pricing, like just the nature of it and the benefits of how you can match and align demand to that seems logical. I think one of the advantages of if you want to call it, you know, maybe what you call it is really important. But I'm calling it variable rate pricing because it depends on what you throw. But you know, to me, I think the biggest advantage of a variable rate program is maybe some fairness, like the cost of managing your trash is hidden in some flat rate tax, right? Like residents recycle and prevent waste, and some of us subsidize our neighbors, you know, decision not to do that. So I think the whole notion of it is you pay for what you throw away, and it's variable. So there's an upside to equity in that, right? So it's not a no. It's not. I understand we got to balance that with everything else. I think we should take a look at not punting it too far out the road. Is what I'm thinking, but I don't know what that means, right?
Okay. I'm hearing not super urgent, there's still interest.
Yep.
Can we get rid of single-use plastic bottles first?
I agree with that.
We can do that for most of our operations. The only thing I do want to prepare the council for is on Memorial Day, at the end of the fun run, you're gonna see about 5,000 plastic water bottles. And those have already been bought and paid for. So I think we're with you in spirit. I just want to note that
Managing my
fact.
expectations.
And they're,
5,000, June 1st.
so, but we'll take that back. I mean, I think those are good, inspiring things for us to try to take on.
Let's lead by example. We can do that.
I just wanted to say to Mayor Hardy, this year we are actually going to try to reduce plastic waste in general, but for the Taste of Falls Church, we're going to do a campaign of bring your own silverware. So that will eliminate at least that aspect of plastic waste.
Compostable cutlery tray.
Baby steps. This is a behavior change. We have to take baby steps.
Installed like the fountain at Cherry Hill Park. Like I got so many parents who were thrilled about being able to refill their kids' water bottles, like little things like that. So let's put more water fountains up at all of our playgrounds and parks, and people don't have to buy water bottles, right? Anyway, thank you for all the work on this, Lonnie. I know we really appreciate the hard work. I think you guys met 10 times for a year. Daniel, I know you're here for the sewer, but if you have any input on solid waste as well.
I don't.
Okay. You're on the next sentence, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Sewer briefing.
We
Do we
ready?
need a break, or we're at 9:55? How does Kurt feel? We have 2 more items after this. We have sewer, and then we have budget amendment and a closed session. People want to keep going?
That's what I said.
Let's
do it.
Get a snack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go too, but I'll join you in back.
And
stretch.
Why, you should go ahead and open it.
I'm with our new high sensitive area.
Open the snacks real quick and then.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the snacks were one kind of big area.
Maybe 2.5 hours in, like taking 5 minutes for everybody might be a good idea.
We'll just take maybe a quick 5 minutes.
Okay.
Go be firm on getting back in 5
And
minutes.
we can turn off the microphone on Teams
9:56,
and
we'll
you
get back
can
at
open
10
all
o'clock.
10 o'clock, top of the hour, we'll start again. Thank you.
you to our one member of the POC who's hanging out with us.
All right, well, thank you, council. So we wanted to come back to council and provide you with a briefing on discussions with Fairfax County and some more information on the flow equalization vault. In terms of timing, we are going to take council's feedback on this information tonight. We anticipate continuing our work with Fairfax County. Based on the county's schedule of taking an interjurisdictional agreement for the purchase of additional capacity to the board, we were thinking that it would be in the September timeframe. So we would continue to work on the agreement over the summer, finalize that, come back to council, possibly additional times, but ask for council authorization in the August or September timeframe. Again, just to review kind of what it is we're talking about. We're talking about the purchase of additional capacity of 500,000 gallons per day of treatment capacity from Fairfax County for $9.3 million. And one of the county's interests associated with selling this capacity is that the city take increased efforts to address inflow and infiltration into the system, which is induced by rainfall, and it causes peak flow that goes through the city system, and these peak flows impact the county system, which conveys the all of our flows to the Alex Renewed plant. And so we'll talk about the term sheet about how we'd handle those peak flows, and Interim Deputy City Manager Andy Young is he's been leading our discussions with Fairfax County on that at the term sheet level. So he'll brief the council on those terms that are being discussed. We feel like we're pretty close on agreement on that, but we want the council to be aware of what the issues are. In addition, because that agreement does contain with it a level of effort and commitments the city would make, including, importantly, on peak flow mitigation, Mr. Bradley is going to talk in more detail about our feasibility study for the vault and some of the design considerations for that and what it is we'd be getting into with that. In addition, we have revised cost estimates for that. We had talked about a $10 million range the last time we talked. There still is a $10 million option, but there's also a $13 million option. And so the numbers in terms of the size of the vault, we want to talk with you about tonight. And in terms of trying to have a long-range plan for this, the bigger, the better. But that's more expensive. So that's what we want to cover tonight. And I'll turn it over first to Mr. Young to discuss the term sheet with the county.
Thanks, Mike. Mayor, members of council, it's good to see you all this evening. 10 o'clock, here we are. So to kind of touch on a few points of kind of background and history. So the city's current agreement with Fairfax County is from 1978 and has been subsequently extended. Was for 1 million gallons per day of treatment capacity and a peak flow rate of 4.3 million gallons per day. We started discussions with the county in 2020 about the additional treatment capacity purchase. They came back to us about a year ago to let us know that they'd be willing to sell us additional treatment capacity, but the real challenge for them that they needed help with us on is to manage the peak flow coming out of the city into their system. So in follow-up discussions with the county, we've looked at ways to kind of combine that capacity, that treatment capacity purchase with some caps on the peak flow in order to kind of meet everybody's needs. And so tonight we'll kind of go through a few of the elements of the term sheet that we've laid out and been working with the folks in Fairfax County on. So that starts on line 55. So as I said, this agreement would allocate additional treatment capacity to us and addresses their concerns about peak flow. That's what we're going for. Where we started this conversation back in the fall and over the winter was I think what they put in front of us initially was a series of penalties and moratoriums, in the relatively short term in order to meet the peak flow limitations that really weren't going to work for us, right? And so I think over the last several months, we've been able to talk through with them a different way to frame the agreement to commit the city to a level of effort to address the peak flow challenges in the city. The main issue that we've still got remaining is, when it comes to the things we're going to do to address peak flow here in the city, the flow equalization vault that Zach's going to kind of walk through for you addresses, the sewer shed that's got 80% of the flow coming out of the city and the Sisler's subshed. So that kind of takes care of that piece. The Tenor Hill piece is largely in good shape. We don't expect additional flows coming out of there or any peak flow issues. The challenge is with the Cedar Lane subshed, which is, I think, 7% of the city's outflows into Fairfax County. It presents some challenges because a good part of the subshed is actually in Fairfax County, but the city owns the sewer system, and so try and work through what things can we do, what things do you have to kind of work with Fairfax County on. It makes it a more challenging problem to solve. So starting on page line 73, right? So the county's willing to sell an additional 500,000 gallons per day of treatment capacity. That gets us to 1.5 million gallons per day of annualized average daily flow. And this will provide us a maximum total daily volume of 3 million gallons. So the county has an agreement with the treatment plant that their average daily flow, the treatment plant is built to handle twice that amount on any given day. And so their expectation of us is kind of we live within that same limitation. We feel like managing to this, particularly with the flow equalization vault that we're proposing to build, is not a concern. So the second point lays out a couple additional potential purchases the city would be interested in the future. The agreement wouldn't commit the county or the city to doing those, but it kind of lays out some expectations of what we might be interested in doing down the road. I think item number 4, down on line 91. So basically, if we start to approach the 1.5 million gallons of average daily flow, the county's going to want us to come up with a plan to either buy more capacity or stay within our limits. So that's point number 4. And then if we exceed the average daily flow for 6 consecutive months, they're going to want us to stop new connections to the city. And that's similar, I think, to the agreement that we have in place today. And then finally, the number 6, is related to that 3 million gallons of total daily flow. If we tripped that twice in any 12-month period, they would want us to stop new connections as well. We don't see an issue with that. So then section B gets into conveyance capacity. So as part of that 500,000 gallons per day of additional treatment capacity, we'll also receive 1.08 million gallons per day of peak flow conveyance capacity to get to the 5.38 million gallons per day that we've been talking about. So for number 2, this starts to get into the things the city's going to commit to help manage to that. So within the next 3 years, the city's committing to build, design and construct a flow equalization basin in the Sisler subshed, and then complete relining of all sewer mains, manholes, and install manhole rain guards in the Cedar Lane subshed. And all of that work is either already done or we're starting it this summer. So all of that work is well in flight for Cedar Lane. So then starting in FY28, which would be 3 years, 3 years from now, then we would start looking at it, basically giving us a 3-year grace period to address the peak flow. So similar to the average daily flow, if starting in FY28 we exceed 95% of that peak flow conveyance capacity, we'll come up with a plan You know, and so that's item number 3. We'd come up with a plan on how to address it. And then and then for number 4, if we trip that peak flow allocation 2 times in any 12-month rolling period, we would commit the city to making an additional, continued investment in addressing peak flow in the city until such time as the problem is addressed. So $300,000 per year fits well within our operating budget for the sanitary sewer fund. And so as far as the level of effort that we can manage that amount of money is something that we've baked into our financial models in order to support. Number 5 is related to, if there are, issues with sewer overflow or backups in the county, and if DEQ installs, conveys any penalties upon Fairfax County, the city is committing to kind of pay its fair share of kind of what the issues were. And then number 6 is the part we're still talking with them about. So 5 years after the 3-year grace period, if we're still having issues, and this is primarily related to Cedar Lane, they would want us to, stop any new connections in the city, citywide, if that continued to be an issue. And so we're going back and forth with them, whether that's by subshed or the city as a whole. We prefer it by subshed. I think that makes sense. We're not necessarily in agreement on that at this stage. And then number 7, let's see here. Number 7 just gets into the kind of measurement, how the measurement's taken in that. So that's kind of where we are with the county. Like Wyatt said, I think we're pretty close with them. I think we've made a lot of progress in the last couple of months as far as where this conversation started. And we just have a few final things to work out. So with that, unless you want to take questions on this piece now, I'll turn it over to Zach to talk about the flow equalization tank.
Do you want to talk about capacity first and then the tank? Or all together? Together's fine, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to get a picture of what this tank is, because that will help, I think, guide the discussion on the agreement itself.
All right, so DPW and the city engaged with Greeley and Hansen on an on-call contract to do a kind of a conceptual preliminary design of the tank. As we go through this, you'll see there are several different contingency percentages, both on sizing and cost estimating. That's just where we are at this point. I will say Greeley and Hansen has done a pretty decent job of estimating projects in the past, so we do have a fairly high level of confidence, but we are, for all intents and purposes, at a 15% design stage, so keep that in mind as we go through on this presentation. So after we got word from the county last year in May, we engaged with them in August. I know we've talked about very high level sizing and kind of where we're going to place this basin. We are now at the point where we've finalized that study. I will not read off all of the various different numbers, but I will say that this is sized based on the July 8th, 2019 storm. During that time, our closest rain gauge reported 3.92 inches of rain in a 45-minute period. If you look at all of the rain charts with the duration and the amount of rain we got, that is the equivalent of a 100-year storm. I will say anecdotally, there were some rain gauges within the city that recorded a higher amount of rainfall than that, but that is the rainfall that is on record that we can source back and determine the size storm from. I'll say up to now, what we have brought to council is a flow equalization basin that is sized through a design year of 2030. That is kind of the immediate need. That's kind of what we have in the pipeline, what the easy stuff to project, so to speak. Mr. Shields mentioned a $13 million option, which is a 2050 design option. We've recently worked with Fairfax County to determine what the growth numbers look like. We've both agreed that a maximum of 2.25 million gallons in 2050 as likely where the city will end up. So we wanted to bring that option to council and at least discuss that, go through the possibility of going with a bigger tank. I will say from a peak flow perspective, right, even a peak flow factor of 2 puts us at 5.5 million gallons a day. Fairfax County is limiting us to 5.38. So if we go with the bigger tank size, this is still something we do have to work out with the county, seek their kind of approval and blessing on. But it does, if we can get through the peak flow values, it does give us a relatively high level of independence from the county for a little over 25 years. So that gets us to the cost estimates. The 500,000 gallon fluid utilization basin is a little under 7 million. The 0.75 million gallon, which is consistent with what we brought to council, and I think the minimum that staff would recommend is a little over 10 million. And the full 1 million gallon 1 million gallon design to get us to that 2.25 million gallon capacity is 13.4 million. Let's see, I will say we don't have a recommendation just yet. We have a lot of logistics, one of them being coordinating with the county, but also talking through some other options that the county has put on the table. One of the sewer mains they've identified as needing to upsize. So there is a future partnership with the county to look into that. And I think I'll leave it at that. I think those are all the big highlights of the flow utilization. So I just say the next steps over the next month or so, we're hoping to come to terms on final language in the the interjurisdictional agreement, IJA, so that we can finalize that, bring that to council. Fairfax County staff can bring that to the Board of Supervisors to complete that in the fall of this year. At that point in time, we as the city would take action to take any debt funding, put in any contracts, open any POs that we would need to start the design and purchase of the capacity. And the flow equalization basin would start design immediately with the intention of finishing up design as quickly as possible to meet the 2028 kind of grace period that the county is giving us. As of right now, the numbers we're looking at are a $9.3 million purchase for 500,000 gallons a day in capacity and 10.8 million for the flow utilization facility. And that will be funded, through about 5.8 million in cash and 4.3 million in debt funding. We are obviously only going to take as much debt as we absolutely need to. So the hope is that those numbers will come down as we're able to get through the engineering and finalize that design. And then, as with any bond issuance, that is something that would have to come before council to formally approve before we can take that bonding. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Now, questions, comments for staff?
So can you just give us an idea of how big a 1 million gallon tank is, the two options? Is it as big as a lap pool? Is it as deep as?
Yeah, I knew that question was going to come up. So the final siting spot of this, as recommended by the report and staff, is to site it in Cavalier Trail Park underneath the tennis courts. I believe the 1 million gallon structure is, I think it's a 12-foot tall structure, the entire area of the tennis courts. So it's a large structure, but it would be underground, similar to the stormwater project we did several years back under the tennis courts at the rec center.
Is that a comparable size tank? Is that 1 million liter?
The flow utilization would be bigger. It's one, think of a box rather than a series of tubes. So volume-wise, it's significantly bigger.
And was there an option for a smaller tank too?
We looked at the 500,000, the 0.75, and the full 1.
Yeah.
we would not recommend going below the 0.75, just for future flexibility. The one is still up in the air. We've got a lot we've got to sort through internally before we can really make a recommendation on that.
Thanks.
Christine? Given that it sounds like you have to start coming up with plans sooner than later, is it an option to have the 0.75 and then expand it to 1 million, or you have to go in and figure out a plan like we're going with the 1 million flow equalization tank versus a 0.75 before we even go into design?
From a purely financial perspective, it would be better to have that decision made before we did the design. At the end of the day, the pumps and kind of sizing of all of the mechanical infrastructure, if you will, would remain the same. So in theory, if we size for 0.75 million gallons today, at some point in the future, we could add a secondary connected tank to make up and create a total of 1 million gallons. The cost to that would be quite a bit more expensive than an additional 3 million now if we were to go that route.
Gotcha. I must say I was very excited to see this April 2024 report. I've been telling people ask me how I'm doing on city council, and they say, well, you gotta know about the sewer system. So there's actually, I don't know why, I love this topic. I'm curious, I was trying to read these charts and I couldn't completely understand them. So for the dry weather hydrograph, when it's talking about the flow rate, let's say at 8 a.m., it's just above, or it's about 1 million gallons per day. Does that mean that if it were to continue, like for that point in time, if it were to continue at that flow, we would hit 1 million gallons per day? Like I just couldn't figure out exactly how to read that chart, given that the y-axis was.
Could you pull it up so I can?
Sure, it's on page 2-4 or page 8 of that document. There we go.
Okay.
So the y-axis is million gallons per day, but obviously we're talking about having.
I think you have it correct.
Okay, so
right? That's the rate at that point in time.
So if that point in time were to continue for the entire day, it would be 1 million gallons per day, let's say, the 8 a.m. flow or whatever. That makes sense.
So the average flow would be the average we discharge to the plant in a day for every month, right? So this is, I want to make sure I say this correctly. Sorry, I'm trying to think to make sure I say this correctly, but so in 2019 or in 2023, when this chart was made, our average flow on this would be somewhere between 0.8 and 1 million gallons, roughly, right? At times during the day, we peak over that. At other times, we're well under that. So this is kind of the average flows to the plant. What you'll see is if it rains or if there's some other I&I discharge to this, those numbers will go up during a big storm event. But I think you generally have it right.
So then I guess thinking about the contract that we're working on with Fairfax, we would be looking at a chart similar to this for average daily flow when talking about by 1.5 million gallons per day or whatever else. Like looking at the daily average for a 24-hour period over, let's say, 6 months.
That would be correct. So a good way to look at this hydrograph, right? This is dry weather. In theory, there's very little I&I coming in during dry weather. So purchasing that average flow, right now we're hovering 0.8 to 1 million gallons. We're, for all intents and purposes, we're at our daily limit during dry weather, right? We know it's not dry every day. We know we get some rain, we get some water seeping in through a manhole, through a pipe joint, from somewhere. So our actual average daily amount we're sending to the plant is gonna be a little bit higher than this dry weather hydrograph, because we're taking that average throughout the year. What the purchase of the 0.5 MGD does, it now allows us, this blue line can now grow to 1.5 before we run into any kind of issues with Fairfax County. So this is, I guess for lack of a better word, this is kind of our baseline, right? This is our minimum usage we would see in the system. And then if you add in, whether it's a future development, I&I, whatever that may be, this hydrograph fluctuates based on those variables.
Gotcha. Now, for the peak flow, we would be judged by Fairfax in 15-minute increments rather than
Correct.
daily overall. And so they have, I guess, their meters and everything like that are precise enough to the minute to be able to calculate.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's consistent with how it's been measured for years, if not decades. And they provide us that information every month.
Okay. I don't want to take up too much time, so I'll just ask one or two more questions. I was curious to see when I saw the different sewer sheds, I don't know if that's what they're called, but it was interesting to me. It looks, so would the Quinn project actually have to pipe or pump their sewage all the way across Broad
Yes.
Street? Oh, so that is like quite a distance.
Yeah, so what Quinn's is looking at doing is actually installing a force main. And all a force main is, it's a pressurized sewer main.
Mm-hmm.
So all of our sewer mains today are all gravity flow. They work just like storm pipes, right? Water doesn't flow uphill, it's gotta go downhill. By pressurizing a force main, it's like a water main, right? Hills matter, but they don't matter in terms of trying to get that sewer flow somewhere. So Quinn's is looking at installing a force main that runs along, I think that's East Fairfax, jumping across Broad onto, I think it goes to North Fairfax, and then discharging into the gravity system, which then goes into Arlington, so on and so forth, all the way down to the plant. The intention behind that system would be that each development has their own pumping station, so the developments are responsible for their own pumps, their own discharge into that force main. But the city would be responsible for the force main.
I'll try to limit this to two more questions. It seems like we're pretty much set on the Cavalier Park site. I know the document explored different areas. One of the things that they said was there would be risks to any downstream development, but it looks like that Cavalier Park area is very close to where we would be measured from. So you would say that there aren't too many risks?
I would say the risks, while there are risks, they are minimal. Okay. It is very, very close to where the meter is.
Yeah.
Right, if there are properties downstream, so I think there's a gravel parking lot for a used auto dealer. Right, that's not to say that couldn't become something and develop into something. But generally and overall, new developments, especially if they're tear down rebuilds, generally have less inflow, or I guess I&I in general. Just, right, they're disconnecting and following a modern building code. They're putting in new pipes that don't have any age on them. So if it's a tear down rebuild, they generally have less I&I.
Okay. Actually, I did two more questions. One quick one on if we built this gigantic flow equalization thing under Cavalier Park, what sort of maintenance, ongoing costs do we need to consider when, I guess, going forward?
Yes, I'd have to double check the report. I believe it does recommend the addition of one other operations staff member. There are pumps that have to be inspected, checked, replaced. And then there's a small generator, so if we lose power, the structure can stay operational. And then there's some generic kind of like odor control, just access type of stuff to maintain. I can't remember what the report says off the top of my head. I can follow up on that. But there is a small cost and I believe an extra FTE added.
Okay. I can also dig through the report. And then my final question, and I have more questions and I know I submitted some and I'll try to keep this short. So my understanding is that the peak sewage flow, so this is from one of the questions I submitted, is mainly due to old structures pumping rainwater through the sewer system. But we didn't seem to have this issue 15 to 20 years ago. So something had to have changed since then. So what I'm wondering is, what has changed that could have meaningfully exacerbated the problem? Is it specifically aging pipes, storm severity, new mixed-use development, new connections, larger single-family homes? And do you have a sense as to how much of each of those contributes to this issue?
Yeah, so I guess the first thing I'll say is, right, tear down rebuilds generally have less I&I, just as a rule of thumb, right? A new house gets built up, downspouts are discharged at the ground, some pumps go out to the side of the yard. I think for the overall question, though, I don't think it would be fair to say that we didn't have any I&I issues 15, 20 years ago. I absolutely am 100% convinced we did. I think what we've seen is that the baseline usage has slowly risen over those years. And with that baseline going up, we are now kind of at our capacity maximum. And that is kind of what is triggering all of this.
But for the peak flow specifically, for going over peak flow, so we were going over peak flow, I guess I do know that we were going over peak flow, but like, shouldn't this problem be getting better over time, given that we are seeing more new development?
No, because our baseline flow has increased. So where we used to use 500,000 gallons a day on our baseline dry weather flow, we're now using 0.8 to 1 million gallons a day on our baseline dry weather flow.
But if we weren't seeing we wouldn't have to build this tank in the first place if we weren't seeing like massive peak flows. And so I guess where are the massive peak flows coming from, especially if like.
So the massive peak flows have always been there, right? So I guess I'm gonna kind of make some numbers up on a scale of 1 to 10, right? We always used 5, and then our peaks got to 8. Now we're using 8, and our peaks are getting to 11. We're only allotted 10, right? So our peaks are still generally the same. It's our baseline usage every day that has increased in the city, right? So we've gone from 500,000 to 0.8 million gallons, right? So where when we were at 500,000 gallons and we could have a peak of 500,000 gallons to get us to 1, we were fine, everything was good, we had 1 million gallons a day average flow. Now our baseline is 0.8. We never see less than 0.8 in the city, right? So now that same 500,000 gallon peak is taking us to 1.3. That is where we were running into our issues. So that baseline dry weather usage has increased.
Gotcha. Okay, so basically the peak flow, like, I don't want to call it a gap, has always been there. And
Yes.
so right now that gap has just been, but theoretically that gap should get better hopefully over time as we repair. And I guess.
Theoretically, yes.
Okay.
But it would, right, if the building codes that allowed like downspouts and some pumps to be tied into laterals, I believe went into the 80s. So if you think about where most of our housing stock is and the age of it, most of our housing stock was allowed to tie into a sewer lateral for downspouts and some pumps. I believe it started to phase out in the 80s, so by the end of the 80s that was away. But that's just kind of where we're at, right? Especially a lot of our commercial buildings are in that time frame. So like we're like 15 houses a year on 3,300 houses isn't making a huge difference on that.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. If I have any additional questions, I'll submit them. Thank you.
Okay. Karen? Yeah. So I guess just to follow on Justine's question or point, so isn't the issue like it's the same pipe, but there's more sewage in the pipe because there's more development going into the same pipe, and so you used to have, you know, kind of
empty pipe.
Yeah, not an empty pipe, but a less full pipe, and now you have a more full pipe all the time, and then you have the worsening I&I issue or worsening storms, and so your pipe is fuller than it was, and then it's getting more that's going into an already full pipe. And so the flow equalization tank is trying to solve like that surge issue that's happening in a pipe that's already now much more full than it was.
I'll defer to Andy, but I think on a very technical engineer level, the answer is yes, but.
No, I was gonna let you answer it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think you're right.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. In the budget cycle we just went through, so, we were talking about going from the 1 to the 1.5 that we kind of necessarily have to purchase because of the development that's already at, basically, we're like already approaching 1.5, so we need to have the capacity for that. And then we have the 2028 potential purchase of the additional 0.25 with the 5.3 or 5.8 million. In the budget here, since you're here, does the increased purchase, so when we're talking about going from the 1.5 to the 1.5 to the 1.75, or the 1.75 to potentially the 2, whatever it is, the contributions, right, that we're gonna have to make to Fairfax for the maintenance, the cost that was like the $12 million budget cost or whatever, is that gonna increase over kind of what we were projecting, or were the projections that we saw based on the mock-ups of the capacity that you had in mind at 1.5 or at 1.75?
Modeling in the CIP reflected those additions to our capacity.
Okay, so the
all those
budget is
projected
like,
costs in the CIP took that into account.
okay, so the new thing that we are seeing in this staff report is the additional 0.25 million gallons per day in the next 10 years. So I guess at the paragraph 2 under A2, starting at line 79, we're adding the 0.5, then the city anticipates the need to purchase an additional 0.25 within 3 years, so that was the fiscal year 2028 conversation that we need to have. And then it says an additional 0.25 million gallons per day in the next 10 years. So that's kind of a new capacity purchase that hasn't been on the radar yet, that we're putting on the radar.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to characterize that. I mean, we're trying to signal to our partners with Fairfax County that we want to continue to be, purchasing additional capacity if needed. And so that's right.
Okay. And that additional 0.25, that would necessitate changes, or we're already obviously past the 6 years and into 10 years, but that would necessitate changes to the corresponding amounts that we pay into kind of the maintenance fees and whatever else, because our contribution would need to be larger because our purchase is that much more proportional to like the overall system of what it is we're using. Okay. I'm just trying to get a grasp on projections, right? And this all is separate. This is in a world that assumes the Quinn project is pumping to Arlington through the force main its sewage plus those other 5 that you had built in to go over to the Arlington treatment facility.
Yes.
So we're talking about now a possible 0.25 post, let's say 9.3 million 2024 purchase, we're at 1.5. We're now talking about a full 0.25 more. So something that, and is the 0.25, the getting at the 1.5 now, is that encompassing all of West Falls? Like this chart said something like, the West Falls projected future is
So I believe the 1.5 covers West Falls and covers us through, I think, 2028, 29. And I believe that total usage I'm going to say known projects, but what I mean by that is background growth of by rights plus what we can handle from a special use, special exception standpoint. I believe that number comes around 1.4. So we've got a little bit of flexibility in there. So then we have another purchase, to what Mr. Shields has said, we've got another purchase of 0.25 in that time frame to meet, right, we've got the restriction of the 95% use in the 6-month period. We've got another purchase of 0.25 to get us so that we're not flirting with that and kind of putting ourselves back in the same boat.
Right, so the March 2023 map that has West Falls at 0.28 million gallons per day, that 0.28 is projected out for the next phase of development too. Like
that has been included in the 1.5 number.
Okay, so we're talking about the senior living, we're talking about the next condo building
Yes.
or whatever.
I believe that's the
So when
entirety
we're
of it.
saying the point, so that's all in the 1.5, so we have these 2 additional 0.25s that essentially are kind of capacity, just base capacity to grow without additional development into the capacity, or you're talking about 0.25s twice, that is like the amount of development that is at West Falls. So when you're talking about, like, when you're doing this projection, development in the city, that is the equivalent of 2 more built-out West Falls developments for what it is that we're like looking at in terms of purchase capacity for the next 10 years?
So I'm going to try and answer your question. It may not be direct, but I'm hoping the different parts bring it together. So Quinn's is using, now obviously Quinn's is, we're hoping to get to Arlington, but Quinn's uses about 70,000 gallons a day. I believe Founders Row 1 uses about 100,000 gallons a day. Founders Row 2, I think, is projected around 80,000 gallons a day. Just to give you an idea of what these developments are, right? So if we do 1 a year, every 3 years, we're buying 250,000 gallons. Is roughly where we're at. So the way to look at the various different purchases is we need 1.5 now to get us through 2028. We're going to purchase another 0.25, which will get us through the early 2030s. And then we're going to purchase another 0.25 to get us through the late 30s. After that, it's kind of anybody's guess. We'll have to make a better projection in 8 to 10 years. But what we are expecting is that ultimately in 2050, we're going to need a full 0.75 in addition to the 0.5 we're trying to buy here and today.
Well, but that's like based on the growth that you're projecting.
Correct, yes. Which is, the last 10 years, we probably had about 1 a year. So it's reasonable to assume that every 3 years, we're going to have to purchase.
And you're talking about all that growth in this, let's just call them the 3 Fairfax subsheds, not including the force main collection, let's call it.
Yes, so those numbers would be for the Fairfax County sewer shed within the city. We would obviously have some additional growth in the Arlington County sewer shed. And then just a quick update on the force main Arlington. Indications are that Arlington is okay with some immediate needs going there without question. Sounds very optimistic that we're going to be able to do a administrative change to the IGA with them. So hoping to have that approval here in the next 4 to 6 weeks would be fair. So hoping to have that kind of formalized and approved with them. So just so everybody kind of knows situationally what we've done and where we're at, and just kind of confirming that what we've done is still valid.
Okay. Well, so I guess I'll just end on the cost piece of it. I mean, I do think it warrants a lot more just like conversations about the level of growth we're anticipating and inviting, and then, you know, the cost of who's bearing all of these purchases, because like the hookup fees the availability fees aren't gonna pay for all of this, and so on the front end, assuming this is something the community even entertains, right? I don't know, I find it concerning, like the constant compounding kind of costs that are getting closer and closer when we're like at $37 million, but we're not really at $37 million, we're at $45 million, and even then we're not at 45 because the contributions are higher. So we're talking about like not being at 12 million, being at 15 million, right? Like in terms of the whole combination of costs we're talking about just with the Fairfax sewer side of things. And then the kind of last piece is, yeah, when I read B6, I thought you were talking about the Cedar Lane subshed. So that, like, to me seems really problematic if we're like negotiating about hookups, like they would sever hookups for the entire city. Like, you know, that they would say elsewhere, you're not allowed to feed into it. And then I didn't know, does that mean that, like, if the numbers in the Cedar Lane or, you know, the peak flow in the Cedar Lane was that bad, are they going to apply that same severing hookups to their portion of like the Fairfax piece that's flowing into the city sewer system? Or are they only making us absorb the you can't hook up anything, but we can contribute to your problem in the sewer shed?
I think we have the same hangups as you do.
Okay.
I'll let
That's the
Amy-
reason
yeah.
why we don't have a completed
Yes.
deal to you tonight. We're still working through that piece. You got it.
Other questions, comments? Dave?
Thanks. So, let me start from where we are today. So, I'm looking at lines 24 through 26. So, currently, with no new agreement, we have 1.0 million gallons per day and a peak flow factor that's acceptable in Fairfax County. Is that where we are today?
So I would say
And that's
the
what it
piece
says.
I would add is like, and it's part of the reason that they've focused on peak flow with us as part of this agreement is we're actually exceeding that peak flow number today, which is why this agreement and their focus on peak flow has become an issue. So we've exceeded 4.3 million gallons a day a number of times prior to this year.
But the peak flow in the future is a factor of the additional capacity that we're buying. So today, are you saying that Fairfax County would not continue to provide the 1 million gallons per day?
So under our current peak flow conditions, if we did nothing, Fairfax County will sell us 250,000 gallons a day and then cut us off.
In addition?
Yes.
So what triggers the vault is the fact that we're forced to buy more capacity to support the development. So really, the cost is not only the cost of the additional amount that we're buying, but also triggers the potential $13 million in vault costs. So I would just say that we need to be clear with the public about the true cost of development, because this has been very clouded so far as to what's really going on here. I'm not saying there's intent, but it's not clear to the community that development in fact is triggering the need to buy more, which then triggers, depending on how much more we buy, triggers the peak flow expenditure of the $13 million for the vault. And I think we need to be clearer that what development is actually costing us, as opposed to just all this good news about, oh yeah, they're providing X amount of taxes, but they're also triggering significant new investment in infrastructure to support that development. That's all. I think the numbers ought to be clearer to people, exactly the cost of the new development.
Other questions or comments? Daniel's joining us from the PUC, and I don't know whether you all have been briefed on this, but I neglected to.
No, these are wonderful questions. You guys know what you're doing. Just one or two, the line 203, we said that the 1 million gallons would get us to 2050, and I thought you said, I heard late 30s, 2030s. I could have heard wrong.
No, I was generalizing a time frame. So the 1 million gallons would be in excess of the 1.25 that we're authorized for. So we're buying 500,000 gallons now. We would need 500,000 gallons through, again, 2030-ish. The 500,000 gallons would carry us through 2028, 2030. We would buy another 250,000 gallons, which, 3 to 5 years, buy another 250,000 gallons. It's all approximate,
And I think the line 203 is referring to the size of the vault.
Yes.
Where Zach's talking through the
The capacity
treatment,
purchase.
treatment capacity purchase.
So the vault would get us to 2050, but we haven't paid for.
Correct, we would buy the capacity.
Well, I know you said you haven't done, you're not ready for recommendation yet, but it seems like there are a lot of dependencies on whether we should go big early. And so what's the risk of not going big early? And that's going to be an interesting part of the next time I'll talk, I would think.
Yeah, so the risk of not going big early it's more of a fiscal risk than anything, right? If the bigger we go now, the more flexibility and independency we have from the county, from anything they may or may not do. We don't even know if we can do 1 million gallons. We don't have the county's approval, right? It's less than a 2 on a peak factor. We don't know if they'll even go that low on a peak factor. So there's a lot of variables in that 1 million gallon basin that we still have to figure out. Staff's recommending 0.75, primarily because what Fairfax County has indicated that could be upcoming projects are not going to happen until after we would be at that 0.75 million gallon mark. So that 0.75, right, is designed around that July 2019 storm. It's something we have a very high confidence level in being able to manage and keep our peaks below that maximum of 5.38. I don't know if that directly answers your question, but that's kind of the conceptual idea behind it.
And the relining the manholes and the installing the rain guards and all that one line 118 stuff, that's already budgeted, right? That's part of your ops budget, or?
That's correct. So I think it's been like 15, 20 years. I'm not entirely sure, but the city has a long-standing pipelining program. We've lined around 65, 70% of our pipes. The remainder are in good shape. Don't have any big significant issues. So we're going to transition that problem to maybe line the occasional pipe that does have issues, manholes, kind of the infrastructure that the city owns to do what we can immediately while we work on other I&I reduction measures.
Thank you, and Mayor, thank you. It's a very impressive, prepared group here, listening to all the events this evening. So thank you for letting me participate.
Thank you for joining us. Wyatt?
I did want to just bring council's attention to, Sophie, maybe if you could pull it up on page 10 of the Greeley and Hansen report. And I think it's relevant to the line of question that Councilmember Underhill had, followed up with questions from Councilmember Flynn and comments from Councilmember Snyder. So what that graph, maybe you could zoom in on the lower graph of the two. So this is this peak flow that we're trying to address. And so this is the 2019 storm. And we've had storms like this, maybe the 2019 was kind of our biggest, but we've 6 times in the last 4 years, I believe. We've had spikes in the last 10 years.
2014.
Yeah, I think 6 times in the last 10 years we've gone over the 5.38 specifically.
Right. And so those spikes are what the county is trying to address with this purchase agreement. And so the green of the spike is the new capacity that we're purchasing. And so that green at the very tip compared to the full body of the spike does help sort of put that into context of the amount that's related to new growth and new connections versus the rain-induced I&I. And the county is really trying to get at this rain-induced I&I because of the damage it causes to their system. And so graphically, it just helps you sort of put it into context. And I'm not doing this to be argumentative, but I think it is useful to look at just so you can see sort of the scale of these spikes relative to the purchase.
Just to be clear, so it seems like it's possible that Fairfax County, I mean, like, we were going well above what we were allotted. Fairfax County possibly could have asked us to do this anyway without the purchase.
It's not part of our current agreement
Yeah.
to force us to do,
Okay.
to address this. So they're taking the opportunity by us coming for the additional capacity purchase to instill new requirements on us.
Gotcha.
That's why.
Okay.
Right, but I will add that the current agreement is from 1978 and has just kind of been default renewed out of ease on both parties. So, for what that's worth, right?
And it's at the back of
Yeah.
this feasibility study if you're interested in checking it out for historical purposes.
Thanks. Other questions, comments? While we're on this, I guess how are other people solving peak flow issues? Like the county, I imagine, has historical I&I issues as well.
So, yes, they do. So generally, once they identify a pipe, they'll do a study on it. So, and this relates to one of the opportunities we have in the future. The Sizzler subshed line is actually not our direct line from the city, but one of the interceptor pipes is a pipe that they have identified as insufficient for their future growth needs. So to address their I&I don't know if they're gonna run a parallel pipe, if they're gonna upsize the pipe, I don't know what they're gonna do, but they're gonna increase their flow capacity with more pipe in the ground, somehow or another. That's how Fairfax County is generally addressing it. I believe Arlington County has done the same. I know Fairfax specifically has gone to the extreme of pumping sewage from one plant to another to maintain their I&I. And Alexandria is currently doing a massive, I call it Alexandria's Big Dig, because it's like the Boston Big Dig. They're doing a massive tunnel under the Potomac to handle their overages and their, in essence, I&I issues, so that they do not discharge in the Potomac when it rains. We don't really have either luxury. So that's kind of why we landed on the basin, right? We don't have room to upsize a pipe because we don't own, right? There's 4,000 feet of pipe, and I think about half of that is that flow interceptor that Fairfax County is looking at. So we're not as fortunate in some instances. We're fortunate in plenty of other I can't talk tonight.
But it's good to know that we're not alone in having to deal with this, just different solutions depending on what you want. Got it. Can we go back to line 45? And so I think Aaron's line of questions around understanding the next kind of 10 to 20 years of financial commitments, I think would be helpful to translate into a timeline of when we might purchase things. So I use line 45 to 46, that chart, to then understand, okay, here's what the purchase would be this coming year. FY28, I think, is what I heard, buying additional 0.25, and then somewhere 10 years from there would buy another 0.25. I think it'd be helpful to map that out if we think that's the rough timeline that we might.
10 years from now.
And I think that timeline I gave was totally hypothetical so that everybody could kind of wrap their head around.
But whatever that timeline is.
Yes.
Yeah. Whatever that timeline is, I think would be helpful, kind of along the lines of what we did on row 45 and 46, to show what we'd be planning and when. That would be my first suggestion, because I do think that would be helpful for the public to understand as well as council members, because I'm not sure we are all following the numbers involved. My second question is, Zach, we'd also talked about estimating by project, like you can use the Founders Road about 100,000 gallons, Quinn 70,000, Founders 2 is 80,000. Have we already done this? I presume we have translated that into the availability fees to essentially pay for that capacity.
I believe the answer is yes. That is something the storm and sewer engineers have been working on. I can't be 100% definitive tonight, but I think generally what we've done is we've taken all of the expenses to date and we've said, okay, if we could go back in time and charge availability fees over the last decade, this is what it should have been. And I believe that's where Mr. Shields' recommendation of a 10% increase came from. Please don't hold me to that tonight, but I believe
now that we have a potential draft agreement, I want to make sure those terms and whatever increased operating costs are built into future availability fees for, because now we're getting pretty granular. If we know this project's going to need this 100,000 of gallons, we should translate this as actual cost and be able to price your availability fees accordingly, right?
Yes, and that so most of our availability fees come from those mixed-use developments, right? Like I think even Queens is somewhere around $2 million most of the houses are tear down rebuilds, they already have technically paid their single family, which is a whole other.
What do you think that drain DFUs should be considered, because when someone puts in 6 toilets, I feel like we should charge them for that. That's a separate topic, I know I already raised that.
Yes, I know where you're at, that is a separate topic, that's something that we do plan on looking at. But for purposes of what we are recommending to council, and I think we already took action on it last week.
Those fees already count for that.
Yeah, we went back and we looked at just kind of what we were getting from the average mixed-use development, and then modified those fees and came up with that 10% increase. I'm like 99% certain that's where that came from.
Okay. My third one is, so moving on to the terms. It sounds like Andy went over when he was going over this. Most of this is new. I guess how much of those terms, for both treatment and conveyance, are new versus kind of old that we already carried over from the 1970s agreement?
I'd say most of it's new,
Okay.
right? I think the high-level concepts from the treatment capacity section are generally kind of what was in the 1978 agreement. The 1978 agreement didn't get into, peak flow conveyance capacity in this detail at all.
Okay. And so given that majority was new, other than, because I share Aaron's concern about shutting down hookups to the entire city versus the subshed, so I would encourage us to keep negotiating there. But other than that, what is staff's confidence in meeting those terms in the new agreement? Do you feel pretty good? They feel reasonable? What else would you flag to us if there are concerns?
I would say we have a pretty high level of confidence. These are numbers that, I'll speak to the flow equalization basin specifically, right? But that 2028 date came from what we believe our construction schedule will be for that project. So Fairfax County has been very good working with us and talking through kind of realistic timeframes of getting a flow equalization tank built, implementing a downspout disconnect program. They've been very, very open to ideas on that. They primarily wanted to see some level of commitment from us, which is why in the document we say we've got, I think, $300,000 towards I&I. We've got some of the other dates in there. Those have all come from what staff believes we can do. So very high level of confidence.
So the timeframes and things were things that we had proposed back to them. I think the piece I would add is, so I kind of talked about it earlier, the Sisler subshed flow tank is, I think we're confident that solves the expectations of Fairfax County for that subshed. Dinner Hill, like that one's, in good shape with the plans and things that we've gotten. The challenge for us is going to be Cedar Lane. And there's 339 homes in, the Cedar Lane subshed. 2/3 of those are in Fairfax County. I think the team's laid out some good plans and we're taking some solid steps to address the infrastructure that we control. We've got a couple stormwater projects that are either happening or about to happen along Hillwood Avenue that I think are going to help the situation. But as far as kind of 100% confidence that those steps are going to solve Cedar Lane in a way that meets Fairfax County's expectations is, it's just still a bit of an unknown for us, right? Like it will likely involve kind of engaging with homeowners and, and those kind of things are challenging. So
it's a good segue because I was going to ask about reducing the I&I upstream. So does any of this assume we're doing any of that? Because I know that several of us express, while it's good we're solving with a tank downstream, ideally you reduce I&I upstream. And we talked about kind of the education campaign, making sure people aren't hooking up their storm drains and sump pumps, into the sewer system.
I think those are things we want to work on.
Yes.
Right. Go ahead.
So I would say generally no. What we are presenting to council tonight, what we've presented in the past is what we would consider to be kind of a worst case scenario. The intention would certainly be to stand up an I&I reduction program, I'll call it, with the intention of, maybe at some point, maybe it's this decade, maybe it's in the 2030s, we cannot purchase one of the planned 0.25 MGD purchases, right? That would be the intention, but what the mindset we are in right now is presenting kind of the worst case scenario so that we can plan fiscally for it.
Yeah,
I don't think we've kind of run across examples of other jurisdictions that have been able to model and, you know, and bank on, you know, improvements through those efforts, right? And so I think it's there are things we should do, and I think, you know, as we kind of get into the next fiscal year, those are things that we'll start to sketch out a plan for. But banking on that as a solution is something I don't think we're confident in at this point.
Okay, I'm glad to hear we're still gonna do it.
And last note I'll add, if you don't mind, is part of the reason for that kind of, I'll call it an extended date for Cedar Lane, which I think was 2032, is so that we can start some of the I&I reductions on the city infrastructure, stand up some of these programs and see how effective they are. That the 2032 date gives us enough time to adjust if we find they're not as effective as we hope.
Makes sense. So last question has to do with moving on to the tanks. So if we go to line 194, where we have the estimates for the 3 size tanks. So I know that why we're still discussing the best way to finance these. I think there's mixed feelings on whether we should use all debt or whether we should use more cash, but I guess in general, anytime we take out debt, similar to the conversations we had with library and city hall, if we're taking out 20-year debt, in my mind, it should last us 20 years. And so if we are taking out debt for a big tank, the 0.75 according to staff lasts until 2030. The $1 million down tank lasts us to 2050, and it's a price difference of $3 million. Obviously, there are other factors that we were discussing whether we would even use, Fairfax County would even let us have that capacity. But I guess I would ask us to think about if we are going to take on taxpayer debt, that any sort of big capital expenditure like that should last us a long time.
And I should note, just for clarity as well, the life of the actual structure is well past 10 years, right? The life of how long the structure will operate. But yes, I understand your point about the capacity.
Like, I don't want to spend $10 million only take us to 2030 if we really should be thinking, while it's hard to swallow the idea of $3 million more dollars, if that actually realistically buys us another 20 years, especially if we're going down the debt route, right?
And we are pursuing some grant opportunities as well right now. I don't think they're fleshed out enough to make a whole lot of excitement out of, but we are pursuing some grant opportunities to try and take less debt as well.
Okay, that was my last comment. Any final thoughts?
Can you bring up the slide again with the peak flow? So I think it's very important to read. So the peak flow, the little green is the 2023 to 2028. But the blue part, which is the larger part, is occurring as of 2023, where there was a huge amount of development in the prior 20 years. So peak flow, at least for contractual negotiation purposes, is a function of your capacity that you have and your capacity needs. So I don't think that chart does anything except to underscore the fact that we've been undercharging for the sewer capacity, and now we're trying to adjust that going into the future. I think that's the fundamental point.
I would just submit, this is a rain-induced peak event because of a major rain event. That's what the graph is talking about. And so the green is the delta between the purchase that we're making and the pre-purchase. I just don't know what else to say about it. But I understand your point. This whole conversation is triggered by the need to purchase additional capacity.
Right.
And there's just no argument about that. Yeah, and there's just no argument about that. The need to deal with these extreme rain events is associated really, I think, with legacy issues. And one thing I'll say in addition to what Zach said is, why is this an issue now? This event happened in Labor Day 2018, and then July 2019, and then July 2020. We had 3 major kind of calamitous rain events 3 years in a row, which is what prompted us to embark on a stormwater utility and embark on a major flood mitigation effort citywide. And I think that's on the county's mind. These events, these sort of extreme rain events are no longer the 100-year event, and they're happening every way too frequently, and that's the county's concern. And so they're asking for our partnership in trying to address that. They're trying to address it on their end, and they're asking us to do our part.
And I'm going to phrase what Mr. Shields, I think, is trying to say into different terms, and maybe it makes more sense, right? So our agreement is from 1978. Let's assume we had no development in the last 10 or 15 years. The agreement has expired, right? By simply signing a new agreement, Fairfax County, to some level, and I will agree that there's an argument to be made for development, but to some level, Fairfax County could have required this of us in 2005, 2010, 2015, 2020. But again, for ease of both parties, we've just continued to renew that agreement because it's easy and that's what we did. So I think that's what Mr. Shields is trying to say, is that even without development, some IGA could have been updated to reflect that we would have to have done something in the past. I don't know if that's...
Thank you, that's helpful. So based on the timeline, it sounds like you'll update us around the end of May, pending the final negotiations with the county, and then fall 2024. So in about 3 months is when we'll target actual signatures.
That's right. And we'll continue the discussion on financing strategies with the council and in between now and then as well. Great.
Thank you. Alrighty. Thanks, Daniel, for joining us in the late night. You're welcome to stay for budget amendments. That's all. One more item. One more item. And then we close it. Thank you, Zach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Time for you, we're spending time.
I know, seriously. I thought we were done with this part, but. Yeah, Karen, up, budget minutes.
Ms. Bawa, you've been summoned.
I'll talk to her tomorrow. Yeah, I'll talk to her tomorrow and I'll
These things are back. They're back. Oh.
So this is budget amendment 2. This is our year-end budget amendment for the current fiscal year.
Sorry, go ahead, Wyatt.
And Ms. Underhill, Councilmember Underhill asked a question of me today, which I think is relevant for the council, just in terms of kind of the function of this budget amendment versus the function of a budget amendment usually in the fall, which we call our carry forward budget amendment. For this budget amendment, the monies need to be spent by June 30th. And so this is, in many respects, kind of a housekeeping budget amendment. Kind of the main organizing principle for it. The fall, however, is where we'll be discussing any revenue surplus, and we've already forecast that we will have a significant revenue forecast in the current fiscal year, largely because of investment returns on because of higher interest rates. But that's oftentimes the opportunity to accomplish strategic objectives for the City Council using one-time money. So with that introduction for their year-end budget amendment, we do have some strategic objectives in this as well, but a good number of them are kind of housekeeping as well.
Good evening, Mayor Tartar and members, Mayor Hardy, members of the council. I went back a few months. So the final budget amendment for this fiscal year captures activities that have happened since the first budget amendment, some, and then some year-end activities, like Mr. Shields said, that we need to address before the end of this fiscal year. So I'll just note a few key items here. One is the recognizing the completion of the transaction for the sale of the Virginia Tech property and recognizing the full revenue and then the payment that went out, and then the net impact to the city was the 8.4 million, which is added to the reserve, capital reserve. So that is addressed in here. And then, if you recall, at the first budget amendment, we addressed the year-end balance from fiscal year 2023 and the surplus, and then we had a balance left of 1.76 million. And of that, we are requesting an appropriation of 800,000 for the purchase of a property. And the remaining balance of 962,500 is to be reflected in this, is to be moved to the capital reserve, and this was reflected in the fiscal year 2025 CIP. There are a few grants, donations, and other small revenues that we do want to recognize in this budget amendment, and that's in the section C. The only one over there I'd like to call out is the 200,000 that was for the rehabilitation of the Virginia Village properties, and that was and through that partnership with Wesley Housing, and this came to council in a staff report, I think in March or April. So that action was approved by council. So this is again one of those housekeeping things that we have to recognize. Moving along, there are a few departments that are overspent, and then a couple of projects that needed more funding. And this is typical that we do towards the last budget amendment of the year. And this overall is a net zero impact because we are using underspending in some departments to address. By charter, we can't have departments overspend, so that pretty much takes care of that section. And I'll call out a couple of hours before I go to the schools. In the Capital Improvement Program Fund, we have recognizing the, well, let's go in order then. The schools have a request to buy an electric bus and a diesel bus, and that's for 456,000, along with 94,000 that they have in their bus lease purchase program, together for a total cost of 550,000. And then there is a request of 2 million for their baseball field restoration at the Meridian High School. So that impact shows up in the CIP. And then in the Special Transportation Fund, there are some projects that funding is moved around. And the main one I'd call out is the W&OD Trail Crossing Project. There are additional federal transportation alternative program funds for that one, and we're recognizing, and so that brings the total project cost to 2.5 million. And Borman Park project, there's additional funding there as well, and that brings the total project cost to 1.4 million. And there was 66,000 that was left from the signage program for the speed signs, and that's being moved to the streets, sidewalks and street light program. And that total project, that is ARPA funded, and that brings the total project cost to 1.466,000. And I will wrap up there unless there are any specific questions.
Questions for Karen?
One question. I had asked when we did the budget to make sure that the Virginia Tech money was somehow held specially or marked specially or something so that it doesn't get lost in the capital reserve since it's a sales property.
Like putting a ribbon, I like the idea, like put a ribbon around it, so just like the water sale, where like, hey, that went into capital reserves, which then helps see, you know, some school stuff, or the water sale for the pension.
So it's not, I don't know how you put a ribbon around it, but that would be.
I think we need to go through the CIP together and identify which things you want to associate with the 8 million.
Yeah.
I think that's the task, and the council is over the 6-year CIP drawing down our capital reserves down to sort of the policy minimum. So the money actually is now allocated in the 6-year plan. And so it's not like we're gonna put a ribbon around it and then allocate it. It actually has been allocated. So I think we wanna go through the existing
That's fine.
plans and
Just so that,
call it out.
because it's a lot of money that came into the city from the
That's right.
sale of land, and we just wanna make sure we're showing that it's being used in the program.
Can I have that 8.5 million addition to the capital reserves? So that 8.5 though was already reflected in our budget. So when we were talking about the drawdown of the capital reserve and everything, that's already included. It's not beyond what we were talking about.
That's
It's
correct.
the
This
capital.
is an action
Okay.
that took
Thank you.
place and we included that in our projections.
What about the transfer from unassigned fund balance? Was that part of the budget?
So the 1,000,007 was shown as total, so we are actually requesting that's 800,000. And that will reduce that blue bars slightly.
Just not the actual FY '24 surplus, because we haven't finished FY '24.
Correct.
Okay. Other questions, Justine?
Just one question, is there anything that's not allocated inside of the capital reserve right now?
Non-allocated?
Yeah, so not assigned to a specific CIP project.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're at $24 million in the capital reserve, so.
So the capital reserves has a projection for the year end to be around 24 million. And the CIP draws down over the next 6 years, so like I think in fiscal year 25, it's a 9 million number. And then over the 6 years is a 22 million over drawdown, leaving to a policy target of 3.4 million like the CIP.
In the CIP. So there's basically about 3 million that hasn't been committed. Yes, it is the way to look at it.
Yeah, I would say adhering to our policy, it shouldn't be committed. So technically, answer to your question is no. You do want to recognize the fiscal policy that is in place.
Gotcha, okay, so there's technically no uncommitted fund right now in the capital reserves.
Yeah, and that's assuming the year end for the current year balance. We'll find out where we end up. I mean, it could fluctuate, I hope not that much, but some.
But whenever we're putting money into the capital reserves, we generally try to assign it to a project or, I guess, hold on to it for future years.
Yeah, I mean, the technical way of things, movement of money is it goes into an unassigned fund balance unless council takes action to put it in the capital reserve. And we have built our reserves to address the major projects in the city and then commitments that are coming up in the new CIP that we have seen. And there is money held in as a reserve and not every dollar is always committed.
Okay, and so that totals about, the uncommitted amount totals about 3-ish million in the outer years. Beyond 2029 or 2030.
Well, it's not it has to be at least that much has to be left uncommitted as to meet our policy. Other than that, the council has the flexibility, I want to say, to commit the rest of it. But if we feel that maybe in 32 we're gonna have, like outside of the CIP, that we're gonna have some other major projects come up, and so we don't have to commit to everything.
Gotcha.
That's what you wanted.
Thank you, that helps.
But the capital reserve combined with the unassigned fund balance gives us the policy, right? It's not a capital reserve policy.
Is the current available fund.
Available fund balance. So the capital reserve contributes to the available fund balance, which is unassigned plus capital reserve.
Plus permit reserve.
Permit reserves and other.
Gotcha, thank you.
Karen, I have one question and a comment. On line 108, where it talks about the human services contract, so you know how some departments were over budget and then their vacancy and contract savings. So do you have any more kind of information in terms of the renegotiation of those contracts versus the lower utilization rates? So is it that people weren't effectively being linked with services, or that they weren't able to access services, or that there was a lower need for services? I just, when I see like $500,000 of human services needs that went kind of unfulfilled, kind of understanding the climate of just kind of needs in that space, I get a little bit concerned about like, was it a provider problem? Was it a people not understanding that the services were there? What, like, is it mostly the contract savings, or is it mostly coming from the underutilization?
A good amount of it was as a part of the renegotiation. However, they true up every year based on the usage, and there was a drop, lower usage than what had been projected when the budget was set. So on that piece, I can work with Dana and her shop to get exactly how it compares to previous years and what was the reason behind that.
Okay. And then for the executive management costs, so the additional $310,000, does your current budget, because there was a large increase in the fiscal year 25 budget for the city manager's office, are you kind of confident in terms of staying within that budget and not having the same sort of increased costs, or, kind of getting reallocated from other places, so to speak?
Yes, because specific to the city manager's office reorganization, that was not budgeted. And so of that $310,000, a portion of that is to pick up the complete moving of one of the positions into the city manager's office. There were savings on the library side with that move, and then the increase in salary relative to the shifting from environmental coordinator to deputy city manager.
And the recruitment expenses were recruitment expenses over like the entirety of HR recruitment and not just recruitment for like the.
Oh, no, that was for
overall.
all.
Yes, okay.
Overall
Citywide.
recruitment, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, Erin just asked a couple of mine. I just had on the electric versus diesel school bus, do you have any insight as to, I know we got several of the electric school buses via grant previously, and is that because they're more expensive and that we're not going to multiple electric school buses versus adding another diesel engine to our fleet? Do you know? I know it's relatively minor, but it does make a difference when we're talking about leading by example, going with a government energy action plan.
The electric buses, last time I reviewed it with Ms. Michael and Mr. Young, they're almost double the cost of the diesel. And then some of our grant dollars did not include the accessible lift piece, so that's on top of it too. So it depends on the fuel source and then also the accessibility operational. Not all of the school buses have the rear lift access.
Just disappointing that we couldn't add both of them as electric, get to add more diesel.
Agree, nice. Karen, you mentioned there was a policy minimum for capital reserves. What is our policy minimum?
It's 3.4 million.
And then on line 252, the total capital reserve is 24 million. Unassigned fund balance is going to be at 20%. How many millions exactly is that? It's 20% of $138 million budget, I guess.
Right.
Okay. And is the plan to bring that back down to the upper limit of 17%?
And that would be a policy discussion when we do the next budget amendment.
That would be the year-end amendment in the fall.
Right, whether we use up all of it or whether we let it grow, because I'll present that chart again. If you remember, it's like about 22% for current year, or 25, but it goes to about 19% for fiscal year 30, so it's below the policy target.
20% of $130 million budget is 27 million.
Correct.
So 27 million unassigned fund balance, 24 million in total capital reserves. And then, plus all the miscellaneous small pots, it's around, that brings us close to that 50 million total in available fund balance.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. And we have that chart in the, I don't have the budget, but we have.
I remember that stack
The
chart.
compliance chart, yes. But even the compliance chart, just giving the numbers for each of the
Yeah, that was
6-year window.
Helpful, thank you. And then, given the school's use of fund balance, could you refresh my memory, what is the school's policy on how much they keep in their fund balance?
I wanna say it's 2% of, I have it right here. 2%, it says, should the fund balance exceed the maximum 2% range, the board will designate such fund balance surplus in the ensuing fiscal year budget for capital projects for one-time needs. So it's 2% of the next year's budget without the contingency amount itself included in the calculation.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, while we're in schools, I saw Delegate Simon's report that with the state budget passing, I think he was expecting another $1 million to come to the schools, which I thought was positive news in light of our operating budget discussions.
Mm-hmm.
That was it for me. Anything else?
Yeah, thanks. So were the minimums established for the different reserves in the context of carrying the debt load that we're now carrying?
The policy minimum and the target?
Yeah, so when did we set those before we were carrying the $140 million school debt? In other words, are those policy minimums still relevant in the current situation, considering the debt load that we're carrying now compared to the debt load we were carrying, for example, 10 years ago?
Right, so for the unassigned fund balance, the requirement earlier was from 12% to 17%. And then we moved that to a different metric, including the unassigned and the capital reserve, and to be between 15 to 20% of that total. On the capital reserve, we didn't change the minimum. And at that time, we had worked with our financial advisors to see what the best practices are. And the policy minimum that we had is in conjunction, in line with what other jurisdictions and best practices are out there in finance of the municipal government. And it seemed to sit well with the rating agencies, so we did not change the capital reserve minimum target at that time.
So your best advice is that even at the current debt load and the proposed additions, we heard some tonight, the current minimums in the unassigned fund balance and the capital reserves are adequate based upon best accounting practices for local governments.
For the unassigned, I would suggest to stick with the target and not the minimum.
Okay.
Because those are the range, right? Minimum to the target. So for the unassigned, definitely stick to the target. And even for the total available fund balance, we stick to the target and not the minimum.
This is exactly where I wanted to go with this discussion, to make sure that in the current financial picture, what should we be maintaining? So I think you've made that point. Okay.
And also, we are projecting in our CIP to be issuing debt in the coming years, right? So we have to always keep our projections tight with us to make sure in whatever we are planning and however we are
using those funds, we're within boundaries.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Karen. Consent item, Wyatt, do we need to talk about?
Are there any questions for it? Cindy is our staff lead for that consent item. And this is our annual renewal of our insurance that we procure through the Virginia Risk Sharing Association. It is I personally feel like Versa understands local governments. They have lots of programs that we can take advantage of to lower our workers' comp coverages and our liability insurances, and Cindy's been doing that work to work with them to achieve those savings, I think, very diligently. And if there are any questions, we could provide some more information about that. But it's insurance really tailored for local governments.
I don't see any questions or comments. Thank you, Cindy. Yep. Okay. Any other items before we move into closed session?
Can we stay here for the closed session?
Yeah.
Should probably go to Oak.
It's gonna be so quick.
Camera.
You'll go to home.
Go to hallway.
Or in the chamber hallway.
Shorter walk.
Yeah, I mean, you could go to chamber.
Have a stand up in the,
Like the old stairwell.
right.
Just come to them from I saw that.
Oh, yes, sorry.
I saw that poster at the Tinner Hill mural.
Yeah, it's
It's
up.
rolling.
It's up.
It
It
looks
went up
good.
really quickly.
On the side of East Tool.
Yep.
It's big.
It's big and it looks nice.
The other one should be going up too, West Falls one.
It started, the white outline of the statement started.
2 murals in like a week.
Wow.
So, I don't have the closed session.
Form.
There you go.
Thank you,
This
Cindy.
one could pass that down.
Someone else can read it too, I guess.
Usually we have two, so.
Alrighty, this is the motion to go into closed session. Upon a motion made by Councilmember Hiscott and seconded by Councilmember Klein, passed by a vote of City Council, Council went into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-371183 for discussion or consideration of acquisition of real property for a public purpose, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. This is for discussion of possible acquisition of a private property in the floodway at 222 West Cameron Street. Connolly.
Yes.
Lynn.
Yes.
Leon.
Yes.
John Hiscott.
Yes.
Snyder.
Yeah.
Underhill.
Yes.
Hardy, yes. Let's go into closed session at 11:39.
It is 11:51. Out of closed session. Upon a motion made by, our mics and everything back on, Sophie?
I think seems good now.
Okay. Upon a motion made by Councilmember Powell, seconded by Councilmember
Snyder.
passed by vote of City Council, council reconvene in open session. Connolly?
Yes.
Flynn? Leon?
Yes.
Francisca?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Underhill?
Yes.
Hardy, yes. This is a certification. Upon a motion made by Councilmember.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Was it Connolly?
Yeah.
And seconded by Councilmember.
This guy.
And passed on affirmative roll call vote in open session and certified that 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened, heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session or meeting by the body. Connolly?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Leon?
Yes.
Francisca?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yeah.
Underhill?
Yes.
Hardy, yes. Okay. Is there any more business, council? Okay. Thank you all, and we are adjourned.
Council.
I'm gonna bring,
We're gonna play this party out. This is what I was thinking of the whole time Lonnie was talking.
Cartoons from her.
we have a play, and Kim, a friend of mine who works for the studio, and her office colleagues are organizing. But we
Yeah.
That was my.
So great, I got one.